Alright, folks. 4 days into Disco Elysium, and it's time to start our second night in it. Not gonna lie, after last night, I was kinda feeling bummed about this game because I had just put points into empathy right. Just put points into empathy 7. Had a really high chance of success, and then fumbled it. And after fumbling an admittedly low roll on authority that resulted in putting my partner's gun in my own mouth, I wasn't really feeling Rafaël, but then it hit me, right? That still kind of works out for the narrative. Here I am, piloting this man Rafaël, trying to differentiate him from the man who was Harry. But I can't really deny who he is, can I? For as much as the game starts off with him being so drunk as to become a tabula rasa, he's still him. His neurons may be fried, but they're still his neurons. He's still got his history, and a lot of undealt with baggage that he's definitely got to open up about at some point. And approach, confront. And even if I'm trying to make him more straight edge than his electrochemistry would like, I can't deny that this is a broken, drugged out man who's going to fumble even at the best of times. Last night we left off. Apparently not zany enough to get the information we wanted out of the Wild Pines representative, and so now I have to investigate a drug deal for her. I thought the lorry driver was gonna be him. The lorry driver who was transporting substances for the creation of drugs. But he and the weird lady to the east are both putting blame on him or suspicion on him. On this fellow here, he seems nice enough, and I could have been empathetic too, but apparently 7 empathy isn't enough. I don't think I can buy any empathy boosters. If I can't, then I'll have to level up somehow. And it's already 6:30 at night. Oh look, drawbridge. I can't make myself buy too much though, because this game's going to go on for a few days, I hope. I hope it's not just a 1-week thing. So I'm going to need this money for nightly rent. You sure you're not transporting illegal narcotics?
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
No. Maybe it is him, and I've simply said the wrong things to lock him out. There's definitely a tug of war between the desire to take as many dialogue options as I can and trying to be more tactful.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
Empathy a lot. What do you know about drugs?
Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
Do you finance those other addictions with drug trafficking? I need to get high, and I'm looking for a dealer. Let me be straight with you. I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs at a Terminal B. I need to get high. Maybe he does. Can my electrochemistry help me out here?
Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me?
Okay. Pull the brain damage. What is that? I have no idea what that is.
Entrapment is where a law officer gets a person to commit a criminal offense they otherwise wouldn't commit, often through some trickery or fraud.
Otherwise wouldn't commit. I do follow Boozy Badger on Twitter for all of my furry lawyer needs, and if I had made the guy deal drugs when otherwise he wouldn't, that's one thing. But if, as an undercover cop, I ask him, and he's like, alright, yeah, sure, then he's done it willingly, and therefore, in the eyes of the court, it's not entrapment.
Yes. It's like trying to trick a person into doing something criminal that they'd never do.
I wouldn't do something like that.
Then what are you trying to accomplish?
So much for subtlety. Better get straight to the point.
Okay, let me be straight with you. Trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs at a terminal B.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble.
Everyone's saying
Shit's
not
bad
me.
enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration.
Then why still hanging around?
Gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo, and it gives me time to work on my rhymes.
A rhymesmith? This is quite credible. It goes with its cadence and way of speaking.
Who do you think then could be conducting the drug trade?
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire.
So drama suggests it's
It's
true?
not a lie. It's something else. Impossible to say what at this point, but there's something in him. Some trepidation.
Oh, now you're gonna succeed, empathy. When you failed an easy check last night. Conceptualization? Are you gonna show up on empathy? He's a poet. Hit him with your best verse. I think I might have anti-conceptualization clothes, don't I? Am I wearing them right now? No, it's a +1 to conceptualization. So this is as good as I can do right now. +1 drama. Okay.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
Put that imagination to use. Here to set his theatrics. Hit him with my best verse.
Wait, there's something here, stored away in some dusty corner. It starts like,
A mirror's temperature is always 0. It is ice in the veins. Its camera is an X-ray.
Whoa. What else?
It is a chalice held out to you in silent communion,
Silent communion. That's good.
where graspingly you partake of a shifting identity never your own.
Dang. That's some great shit. You came up with that yourself.
did you?
Just now? I really don't know. Might have been an actual poet, I learned it by heart. I'm just a vessel for the muse. I think the words are mine, yes. Now I'm a vessel for the muse. The words just came to me, literally.
Right. But really, no bullshit. That's great stuff. I sort of want to know if it's yours.
How did my inner voice put it? Something stored away? Honestly, if I had to critique myself, it is a little bit. Not exactly hokey, but in that direction, so I don't think this is somebody else's professional verse. It's very... If my dork of a character were to make up some rhymes on a good day, he might come up with this. I think the words are mine, yes.
Fucking hey. Seems I got you all wrong. Cops aren't much known for their artistic sensibilities these days.
Does that mean we're gonna make up for the lack of empathy, my failure of empathy, to get good information out of them?
It's good to meet a fellow poet. Someone with an appreciation for real text. The others here, so you don't really get it.
Hey man, cops are human too. It makes it all easier to bear if the words are pretty.
I get you. When they really click, it makes the world seem manageable. Good to be on the same page.
Same page, but is it same page enough to get information?
You found some common ground with this man. Even impressed him. The next time you look in the mirror, though, remember those words.
Okay, so he likes a bit more from that. Could I go back to previous dialogues and get anything?
Oh,
Time, relax. He's merely joking.
can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. They usually get shipped to Grodd and
Okay,
the
nothing
Occident.
else.
Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately.
The man taps his finger.
Ah, man. But those days are behind me. Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me? Then what's your deal here?
So much for subtlety.
We have a credible.
Not me, man. No way. Look, man.
We wouldn't say it's not a lie. It's
Nah, there's nothing out of them. So if it is one of the three lorry drivers, it was pretty obvious when this guy was saying, hey, look at the dirty foreigner down there, that he's just reflecting to dirty foreigner. I'm still going full on profile thinking it is a racist lorry driver, but he's not opening up. And I can't crack his lorry open to see for myself. I guess he wants to pick up apples. He wouldn't have them yet, would he? Didn't speak too much to this lady since it was getting pretty late for stream.
Lowman, you caught me at an opportune moment. This awful weather keeps me awake. You can entertain me with your questions.
And she's also saying, look at the guy out there. Before I came, he seemed away.
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her get back to her things.
so he doesn't think she's a smuggler.
Which could be part of the act, maybe, because everyone sees her as just a dotty old woman. They don't put her as much on scrutiny, even though she's clearly capable enough to operate heavy machinery.
You hear that, Lowman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Should you drive a lorry if you get like that? Yet exactly.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best camioners around. I drive routes no one else will.
What
From
routes?
Monato's Land, Udajnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain, the Transcatolia Magistral, U418, Autostradas do Mirador, all the good ones, the deep trenches, where the bluebirds fly.
Something of an expert on blacking out. Take better care of yourself. This should be reported to the proper authorities. Right into your dust, sister. But yeah, we black out too. Take care of yourself.
You're right, Lowman. I'm the one who should take my health more seriously. Thank you for looking out for me.
A correct appraisal. You're quite shabby.
Hey, these gloves, these are lawyer gloves.
Is that all you woke me up to say?
I don't understand this boyadero thing.
Of course not. To truly understand the boyadero, you need to listen to On the Western Plain.
Already got too many records? No, tell me about it.
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain.
Is it a sad song though? Could I sing this for karaoke?
Of course not. The boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maigret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
Oh, but of course he wouldn't. Give up the riding of the open
In the
fields?
background, you can hear the orchestra swell as the screen fills with the maiden's imploring eyes.
So he gives up his riding and settles down, right? No, I think I see where this is going.
So the boyadero strangles his beloved and
Ooh.
throws her body in the Maigret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him.
That is not where I thought that was going.
You have to understand, a true boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman.
Nor could you just say
His beloved
no.
was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a boyadero.
What if to truly love a boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
We've already exhausted everything else too.
What do I need drugs for?
What's the adversary? Didn't
Would I
ask about
say
that.
Yes. There is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming back from that hole.
There could be things hidden in her words. What is she talking about? There's a protagonist, the intersection, and an adversario, and she's at the side of the adversary. And there's no coming back from that hole.
Those epithets are familiar somehow. The great adversary, the great unrest.
That's what I'm getting at.
Then what were you getting at?
This line of questioning is going nowhere. Try harder. Maybe if she thought you're corrupt.
I'm going to trust you on this drama. Just because of success doesn't always mean it's the right answer. Wanted to ask if you'd be interested in smuggling some drugs.
Why would I want to do that?
For commerce, the lifeblood of the Zolas, for the glory of the World Republic, liberation of the spirit and body. I don't know, the thrill of the criminal lifestyle? Glory of the Republic was more corrupt. I mean, I'm asking to smuggle drugs, that's already the corrupt answer. Liberation of spirit and body.
Loman, what in the name of God are you talking about?
No, didn't bite.
Good. I don't care about drugs. Little molecules, they are nothing.
Okay, what if I try a different option?
What do I need drugs for, Loman? What I see, what I feel, the great. Then what?
This line, maybe if she thought you're corrupt.
Why would I want to do that?
For commerce?
Loman,
No.
what in the name of God are you talking about? Maybe, probably not. Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grad on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grad, Loman?
Already asked drugs? I don't know.
It's diamonds, Loman, obviously. Where do you want? Or
I think we're done here.
Round
no?
3?
what do I need drugs for, Loman? What I then what?
This line, maybe if she thought you're corrupt.
If I ask what she's holding, she defaults to diamonds. If she thought I'm corrupt. But I've already asked about Everard. But then she's like, why do I care about Everard?
Who the fuck is Irad?
Union boss,
And what do
oh.
I care about the Union boss? Good. I don't care about drugs. Little
Maybe I
molecules,
chose the
they are
wrong one for
nothing.
that, and I'm already locked out. Could be I'm locked out.
What do I need drugs for, Loman? What I see. Then what?
This line of maybe if she thought you're corrupt.
Why would I want to do that?
Go to the criminal lifestyle?
Loman, what in the name of?
Nah, it just goes
Good.
around in circles.
I don't care about drugs. What do I need drugs for, Then what?
This line, maybe if she thought you're
What is it you're
Your
holding?
ma, Loman.
My
What
ma.
about? Good.
Okay.
I don't care.
So can't get anything out of anybody. Nobody wants to admit. Mañana, do you know who's dealing drugs?
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Weasel has a hell of a colonial mug collection.
Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole.
The mug collection certainly represented antiquated social values. See how we're all busy concentrating the racist mug? That's what the ruling class wants. A man with such a funny mug collection can't be. All I'm saying is a lot of mugs.
Like I said before, I don't know much about this weasel, but the bossman said he's a real piece of work. Thanks for helping out, friend.
Thanks for helping out, but you can't help me out, maybe? Spilling the beans on which of the lorry drivers is doing what?
Looking for something, Aunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
I can't squeeze anything out of him. Your stance on drugs?
Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything you know where they know they can't beat us in a fair fight. So they have to
So you're
get us
not
to
smuggling
win,
drugs?
Not in, not out.
So you're telling us that you don't know anything about drug smuggling through Terminal B?
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
I do think it's him. I just want to... Could I just decide it's him? If everyone's saying no, and I gotta pick somebody, I pick him.
The man pulls on his cigarette furiously. Probably.
Drugs? You know where they know they can't beat us in a fair fight. So they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow.
He eyes you.
I don't know shit. And if I did, what do you think?
There was a bunch of
Yeah, I knew that since you left. I haven't had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty is what it is.
Yeah, no one's getting anything. So I just give up? This drawbridge is only gonna be up for a couple more days. Interrogate the drivers about the smuggling. I have. And they're all silent. I got 2 points of ultra liberal? Where'd the second one come from? I got 1 point of boring cop. See, the game is low-key judging me for all of my dialogue choices. It's got me paranoid.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer.
Just
Keep
composure with no
browsing those clothes, Keep
shivers.
saving that
You find your hands. The box smells like.
economical, but also trendy.
That's not gonna help me out anywhere. Does Pawn Shop have any empathy boosters? Probably not. They got speakers. Could use a boombox.
Wow. A very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb.
Yeah, is it good?
Oh yeah. The print depicts a muscled man striding toward you. A giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers.
It's a Heimdall shirt.
Is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Heimdall burning.
Sniff it.
Smells like worn cotton and a little old sweat there. Worn cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin.
Sniffing is okay, but please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not going to buy.
You're not imagining it. Photon emissions? What is he talking about?
I do have my flashlight out. That's a rad Man from Heimdall shirt you got there.
Hell yeah, man. I don't usually carry printed tees, but this one was just pure exemplar.
Is he a Man from Heimdall fan? If I get him a book, would he be happy? We have a lot in common. I'm a big fan of the Man from Heimdall too.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that I'm a fan, but I do think the Yom-Dalaman saga is an integral part of our shared reality. Most people don't think that the man from Yomdal really existed.
You're telling
but
me.
they're wrong.
You're telling me he was real.
I mean, even if the man from Yomdal didn't exist before the adventure novels, the stories have made it so that he has. It's simple, really.
Simple enough.
You sound skeptical. It's not that complicated. All that's required is a more robust understanding of cause and effect. Besides, I've been to Kotla, though not quite as far north as the Helmdal, and watched northern lights travel across the sky. Very unique energetic tides there.
His theory isn't exactly incoherent, but its logic does suggest some unusual neural activity.
Are you suggesting conceptualization that he's high as a kite right now?
Very unique energies indeed. Geomagnetic ley lines, one might even say.
Anyway, how much for the shirt?
2 real.
2?
That's dirt cheap.
Yeah, it is. If it's going for 2, makes no difference if free, right?
But why?
I'm a broke cop without a cent to my name. I've already got 117 Real 67. Man from Hyamdal's a superstar. I'm a superstar. It'd be perfect if a superstar could afford it. Perhaps I could repay you in some other way. I'm a broke cop without a cent to my name. It's cold at night. It's cold right now.
I sympathize, I do. But this is a for-profit enterprise.
A physical instrument and shivers, but no authority. What? You're telling me that this awesome shirt of Hyamdal with a sword, the man from Hyamdal with a sword over his shoulder, and cabins in flame in the background, that doesn't raise my authority by 5. I think I gotta put in a bug report. This is a programming error. I'll come back to it then.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
But I haven't got a living room. I'm still living day to day. How much for the street light?
700 real.
700?
A bargain, I dare say.
But there's one in every corner.
The light has undergone 3 transformations, and every transformation, large or small, has a price tag.
What do you mean, transformations?
Well, there are the cost of removal and rewiring. The most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
A few days ago, so it's already depreciated in value by several days.
That checks out.
Alright, conceptualization. Why would I even want to buy a streetlight? There's a door. I could sell stuff.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves. And your boombox, that gold and amber Harman Welsh,
is the Harman Welsh W2, made in Vespa, designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
It's only 12 real. That'll put me at over 100. I'll still have 5 days of rent. Equip this to play tapes. Makes me feel like I need to if I want to do karaoke, but I haven't got any music for it anyway. Got no sad music tapes. We know where it is. But otherwise, nothing here's gonna help me at this moment. Dumpster's already empty. He almost had a thought. How about this then? We have to call in a day later for something
inside,
called...
you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Have they heard back from ICP about the serial numbers?
Yes. The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Betancourt, sur la Clé in 42. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Oranese pharmaceutical companies in the Semenine conflict. So, it seems the armor went to Semenine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued.
Do you know what it's called now?
The most recently registered firm that the ICP has been able to connect to the CDP is a military contractor called Trinel, and the one before it was Downwell. I think they might be the same contractor.
Could I use it as receipts if I go back to the Wild Pines representative?
Armor like this isn't mass-produced. It would have probably been fitted. Perhaps there's a record of who signed for this particular suit of armor.
Has the firm continued to work with the pharmaceutical companies through all these name changes? A suit of armor like this would have been customized to fit the wearer. Record of the person to whom it was issued.
Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try to talk them into it, though.
This is a fun challenge.
Make it
for
so.
her. An opportunity to contribute beyond doing her job by rote. She'll gladly put in the extra effort for Team RCM.
Yes, thank you, officer. Really appreciate your efforts. Please do try. It's imperative we learn whose armor it was. It's imperative. There's a try, but there's imperative. Not just your efforts, which implies acceptance of failure. This must be learned.
Sure. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I will have more information for you then.
Now, do I want to contact Sylvie again? Sylvie was pretty adamant that she doesn't want to speak to me at all. After initial inspection of dead body, which has been done, but I can't ask him. Maybe it more means after initial inspection and removal of the body. Find booze and drink it. I have no clue what the badge is. Tattoos, possible meaning. Bridge the body. If I bridge the body, I could always take the boots off later, right? Because it'll be in one known place.
57, over and out.
In the cabin, you see as
If nobody wants to talk to me, and a sobriety isn't helping me out too much. Rafaël has been working pretty hard. He's allowed himself one drink. Just one electrochemistry.
you see several packaged raincoats
Endurance.
fill a low a colorful display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
It's all so expensive. +1 physique, but -1 morale. Substance use effects. Morale's already at a mere 4. So I got myself a -1 to my, what is it, volition? Is that what it... Physique for morale. Physique for morale. Intellect at the cost of health. Dare I? Wait, that's physique, too. So that's not just a single skill, that's a whole stat. So +1 to all of you? Are there any substances then that give a +1 to psych, so I can temporarily boost my empathy and retry? Endurance, triggers, half-light. There's one for intellect. Smoke increases my logic, encyclopedia, rhetoric, drama, considerations, and visual calculus. Smoking really is cool then. They're all +1, -1. So why buy the more expensive stuff if it's all the same benefit?
Here you go, mister.
Do you sell any under-the-counter vices?
No, Frit only sells legal drugs, like the law says.
Is there more about the products? Is there a reason I want to buy the $50 vodka and not just the cheap booze?
The pale aged vodka is special, I guess. It's stored in pale for a couple of years, which makes it super expensive and super strong.
What is pale?
You know.
Okay, but what did it do to my body?
I mean, I already said it'd hurt you. I don't know what else they do.
Substances give powerful bonuses to your main stats at the cost of damage to your health or morale. Cigarettes raise your intellect while damaging your health. Alcohol raises physique while damaging your morale.
And otherwise it's not a preference in how expensive I want to pay out?
Use medication, like Nosafed and magnesium, to counteract the negative effects of substances. Note: consuming substances can have unforeseen consequences
Unforeseen consequences? Oh no, do the unforeseen consequences vary based on what exactly I choose to consume? Well, here goes, and if nothing else, I could always consume this bottle to a 10-cent Taria when it's done, right? 3 uses.
Well, hello. Someone seems to have found himself a bottle of alcohol. Here's where the magic happens. Light reflects off the green glass of the Commodore Red. The gods have been generous. Better pop it open before they change their minds.
Electrochemistry, almost make it sound as if that's somebody that I could find it for someplace else. Is that a small toilet? No, that's a bucket.
Wow, the gods of mass production have made this alcohol container laughably easy to open. A child could have done it.
Open the bottle. Should I? I may have a teeny weeny heart attack problem. He does. He's had 1 heart attack trying to get the tie off the lights. And a game-ending heart attack reading a postcard. Should I? I've already had a heart attack.
Oh yes, the chest pain and the dizziness. You've suffered long enough. Now it's time to drink, to live.
How could I argue with that, electrochemistry?
Why is it always about you? Your heart problem, your coronary artery. Think about us. We're in this together. You and your wacky tie of substance abuse. Do it for us. Pop it open.
These guys don't understand that we are a multicellular complex organism. They are bound to me. If I die, they die with me, but fine. Open the bottle.
There's a satisfying pop as the cork jumps out, and the hair on your back rises like an army at attention. You've been here before. Welcome back, detective. You're home now. You see a flash of teeth, a young woman smiling at you near some railway overpass in your ruined past. She is gorgeous, and she is yours.
Oh no. If any part of my psyche has tons and tons of hang-ups with the X something, it's Inland Empire. If Inland Empire is happy about this, I don't trust it. What are the repercussions if I take that 1 sip?
Nothing. Some mental stuff. Nothing to be worried about. Physically, you'll be strong as an ox.
Alright, peer pressured by my several mental cells, take that sip.
The golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine. Your stomach melts from it into a happy, gooey mess. So does your mind. All the bad things are melting. You're you again. A real cop. A real detective. Incredibly well done.
I got experience though. That's the ultimate goal.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's an alcohol button. Alcohol gives +1 to physique skills. Physical instrument, half light.
And remember?
From the void we came, and to the void we must return.
Alright, I got the experience of drinking. He's even got a little martini glass on his icon on the character portrait. For an hour! It's only an hour! So it's a temporary booster at a little cost. Why do I feel like if I use alcohol a lot for those temporary benefits, with only the small cost of morale, that it will lead to worse?
All around you, rain falls on the great city of Revachol. Rain drips from the eaves and floods the gutters, washing the filth away. The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting.
What am I doing? What am I doing?
Looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hat.
What do I see?
Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world.
And how's it feel?
Humid. Your coat shields you from the rain while the city shivers around you.
Is this Shivers check just getting a lay of the land and saying what buildings or points of interest are around? Because I'm pretty sure this is taking time too. What's to the west?
Sheets of rain over the water, a flight of stairs leading into the ocean. Wave after wave washing the coast of Martinez, with its motorboats and gently swaying reeds. The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet beyond the Bay of Revachol. Ghosts rise into the sky.
Who are you ghosts? What is down the shore? Run your fingers through your dampened hair. Who are the ghosts?
The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Faint golden light seeps from the office windows. Will you ever go there?
Will I?
No, you are just one of the hundreds of thousands who watch them rise across the bay from Martinez every day.
And down the shore?
Urban coastline, rain dripping off Eternite-covered roofs. Cinder blocks left over from half-finished construction. A defunct research and development building, once seized by revolutionaries. An old wooden church stands on stilts above the water.
And beyond.
Coal City, end of all lines.
Look cool for a second.
Your hair is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance.
And to the east?
The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide.
All this after only one sip of wine? Some really potent stuff? Clench my teeth? Shake my shoulders?
You shudder, looking down at your feet. Dirty rainwater runs veins into the plaza's snow. Two green snakeskin shoes stand at attention on the mosaic paving of the plaza.
To the north?
Capeside apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets still lodged in their war-torn stone walls. Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Radios play. The evening news.
And closer.
A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. Filthy water pools around a body. Droplets of rain slip from the dead man's cold cheeks.
This is a below option 2, didn't notice. First to south.
A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He too is cold. The canal bridge has been raised.
And on the other side?
The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as the rain can fall. The snows melt in Jamrock.
Where the hood, where the hood, where the hood at? Why am I not there? Shudder, look further. Where the hood at?
I've a brother in the cut. Where the hood at?
And why am I not there?
To be in Martinez, where no one goes, at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal, in the whitest part of town, in the shadow of the day the revolution failed.
What am I doing here?
Standing in the rain, looking north, where Jamrock Rock City stretches inland.
That cough actually cleared out an eardrum. Shudder, look further.
In the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands perched above the motorway exit. Precinct 41 hunches in the rain. Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up and blink.
Is it above and below? Alright, fine. Above then below.
Coalition-era statics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms, rotors flutter silently. Your sight clears.
And below? Really just standing here for 20 minutes staring all around me. Really good wine, apparently.
Collapsed storm drains, old sewage systems flooded with rainwater. Hidden weapon caches from the revolution. Doors leading down to Le Royaume. The catacombs to which, for 3 centuries, They delivered the blue-blooded dead.
Could I use such catacombs to get
This
behind that
rain
blue
will
door?
not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
Okay, so if I've exhausted the lorry stuff, the order of operations is going to be move the body to the freezer, reclaim the dice, and then maybe use said dice to convince Plaisance that there was a ghost, but the ghost is gone.
The man is decomposing visibly now. Every hour, he looks less like a creature and more like a pile of intestines.
Oh no, so he does further degrade the longer he's out here.
Lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Bag him, take him away. Let's give him one more try. It's an 8% chance success, but I failed really good rolls. And have had some good success with the really, really low ones. Just need 2 6s. Hey, Gregory. Damage morale.
To wait until the cadaver is refrigerated. Digging around in this mess now is proving hopelessly difficult.
Fine, let's freeze him.
If you think so, officer, I'm not going to object. I need a little help for carrying him to the
To
holding tank
processing?
of Makima. I'll take it from
Hold
there.
on, I wanted to refrigerate him. What was the point of the refrigerator? And the thing saying, well, you better refrigerate him then. If take him away means to process him and put him to the kinema. I don't like that. Hold on, I'm gonna reload. I'm gonna waste so much time. I'm gonna be petty. Because that's not the option I chose. I could be very vindictive and waste more of my time if 15 minutes have been wasted. Happily exchange 1 hour 15 minutes.
The man
Where's the freezing option then? I don't see the freezing option. We've seen the polar bear. We've opened the door. There's bag him, take him away. Perception if I fail and applies, well, you better freeze it then. But there is no freeze him option. There's literally no freeze him option. Is it via the freezer? There's no option at the freezer. The freezer is plugged in. We've seen it, we've ID'd it.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red, watching over all the ice cream wrappers hidden inside its belly.
You have to ask at the freezer.
Of course. I'll take the head, you take the feet. It's not going to be the easiest thing in the world, but we'll manage.
The body is heavier than and stinkier. It takes half an hour then to stuff it into the fridge. The lieutenant takes a step back to admire your handiwork.
Options. There's voiceover, UI, weather, environment. Where's sound effects? Because that was way loud. Or does that count for voiceover because it was in the voice?
Beautiful. A dead body in a nice bare fridge. This is some of the best police work I've ever done.
Really? You think it's good work?
No, not really. Look at that. What have we done? We stuffed a dead body in a nice bare fridge. This story does not leave this room.
He means it. He doesn't want to be the ice bear cop.
I think this is a glorious achievement, and people need to hear about it. Did our best with the means at our disposal. I'm not proud either, but we did find the fridge. This isn't police work, Kim. This is art. We're artists. And this was our vision.
If I were an artist, this would certainly not be my vision. I would be much, much more conservative in my work.
There's a message in here, and this makes it inherently art. This is man at his worst. Man reduced to the termination of his metabolic processes, the end result of all his ambition, in the belly of a bear, in the belly of nature itself. Mighty man, in the bowels of a predator. both a part of nature, but aggrandized, mystified, and demonized into horrible, towering beasts. You could interpret so much stuff with this, Kim? Come on, this is art.
He's right. His work would be much more formal.
At least we've stopped the body from decomposing further. Now you can conduct another inspection under controlled circumstances.
Inside the icy realm of the Ice Bear fridge, the corpse stands slumped, waiting.
28% this time. And the options to speak or to remove the boots are both lit up. Will it not be as gunky if he's in the freezer and I remove his boots? Okay, perception. Which one's perception on? That's down over... Yeah, that's a motorics. Perception is as good as it's going to get. There's no negatives to it. Bonus from items, learn skills, motorics.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
How do you like it in the fridge?
I like it a lot, brother. This really is your finest hour. You're a genius. A regular Corpelangelo.
Okay, you said at the autopsy at Ancient Mysteries. Now that you're chilling out and not just hanging around, could you tell me about them?
Oh yes, Kobo mi Lobo. In the gift horse's mouth. Tracts and wakes and waterways. Ancient materials buried.
To where, brother?
Just a small gulp away, my beloved Kobo. A small gulp away. Come back later, Kobo.
I'm gonna come back, because there's a couple of things I did that I want to keep done. And we are on a strict timetable. It's already 7:21 of the PM. First, let me call back in.
Inside, you see a set of
Let me click the
steering levers,
buttons.
a radio microphone,
This is Precinct 57. How may I? Not yet. But I was able to convince the database people to share private sector information. They promised to get back to me by tomorrow morning. Do you have any other questions?
Oh. Oh, was there an autosave between them then? If that's already happened. But I haven't had my drink. But it's only been 1 hour of stream, and normally autosaves like an hour between. Hold up. Hold up. Alright, so that's been done. Huh. Cool.
57.
In the cabin, you see a...
I never thought I was going back all the way to the start of the stream. It's not too bad then. But I haven't bought the booze. So, after everything else, before the booze was bought. Really? But, didn't I start over here? Where's the autosave? Yeah. Oh, 1033. There was what a 10... Well, alright, alright. Stupefying me here, because I didn't realize. I'm so used to the autosaves being 10 miles offshore. I do like this flashlight. I kind of wish it was more... had a broader angle on it, because sometimes I want to comically put in people's faces, but the game's being too nice and giving me a tiny arc. But I think it's pretty neat how pretty much every screen of the game and our place in it looks like a painting. And despite the flashlight literally being a beam of photons, it still fits in with the style. That's pretty cool.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Shivers. If you came back here with the alcohol and drank some. Where's the option to collect the die? Because the die should be done by now, right? Pick up dice in 8 hours. Okay, hold on. That was at 14. 14 plus 8. No, that's later on tonight. But I could take some booze. Take some booze. That'll increase my shivers. And then I come back with shivers up. But regardless, Plauzon sent us in to look for some evil entity.
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there? In that dark sarcophagus?
A bear with a human in its belly, technically.
Yes, yes. How was it?
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
If you say so, drama. It was a charnel horse of failed business enterprises, leeching life energy from this bookstore. Honestly, it's a dump. Nothing to see there, just heaps of garbage. So much let the sunshine in, no position to give up personal opinions. A charnel horse house of failed business enterprises lined up in their sepulchral tomb.
I knew it. Oh, such horrors that have been thrust upon us. But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity?
I spoke to the entity you told me about. Her name is Nea, and she's a novelty dice maker.
A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
She's not a sorceress or some malicious entity. She's a businesswoman like you. No, ma'am, I felt her aura. She is not the one to blame for this curse. She may be involved, but I don't have a way to question the malignant entity further. No, she's all about the parapsychological. We gotta go with the parapsychological answer. We felt the aura. The curse doesn't emanate from her.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of blood in her palm. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her.
So give her any answer. Bring this to a close. Put her little mind at ease.
Perchance you ought to just lie, sire. You've come this far. You know how to end it. There is an entity behind the entity.
She says there is no curse, because there are too many inconsistencies. The source is at the taxidermist shop. He became involved in arts darker than taxidermy, and brought the void spirits down upon this place. Haven't got an answer yet? No. There's another entity, more malignant, pulling the strings in Martinet. Perhaps in my travels, I will cross paths with it.
A third order presence, yes.
She buys it.
A great dark relief washes over her.
I've heard of these triactors. In certain occult literature, that's too dark to dwell on for too long, and definitely not in public. I understand everything, sir. Thank you for your descending into the maelstrom. I will keep fort up here, strengthen the wards, do my best. And if you happen upon the third entity in your travels, may the Lord be with you.
Well, this has been absolutely educational. If we happen on the third presence in our travels, we will certainly come back to tell you.
Hey, Kim, we got paid for this? We got paid an XP?
The venture continues. In other waters. Darker waters.
Should we get out of here? Before the vortex collapses?
Good idea, Kim. See, he can play around when the spirit moves him. Okay, so let me get an extra point of empathy because this interpretation of Raphael is more emotional than not. And I need to, if I want to talk to that guy again and make any headway with the lorry drivers.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
17% chance of failure, and I'm going to take the 17.
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
Petty. I'm gonna be full on petty. Give me the 17 when it's 17% chance success. Gonna start gouging eyes out of snakes.
Yes.
Tell her how ghastly.
I knew it. But what else did you find? Did anything? A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she? I don't understand.
She's just don't to hell with. You've come this far. You know how to end it.
Another entity.
I've heard of. I understand everything, sir. May the
Task
Lord be with you.
complete. 70 XP.
Yes. Should we get out of here?
But not enough yet for one more skill point. Failing can be just as interesting, and for the most part, I've been rolling with my failures. There are some failures that I'm really bitter about, but I'm taking them. One, because to undo them would mean repeating an entire day. But also, it's kind of forming the whole kaleidoscope of just who this Harry Raphael person is. It's making him a lot more complex. But as nice as those complexities are, just give me a bone sometimes.
Looks like
I earned
someone
it.
tried to reconceptualize
Failed a high
their
roll,
business here.
put an extraneous skill to empathy, failed again. Just let me through.
Look, the skis and rotorblades both bear the same Slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one, failed to turn a profit, and then pivoted to producing the other.
For the most part, I am taking the bad rolls. It's just, just sometimes I gotta. Question is, which to start with? Which do they pivot to?
That's a good question.
Strange leap of imagination, they still failed, how sad. Speculation. We don't know anything. Be romantic about
Reality
this.
is ruthless.
And now an autosave. At least this autosave wasn't after that catastrophic failure.
Still glowing.
Of course. It's not going.
The body is heavier than stinkier. It takes half an hour to stuff it into the watch. The lieutenant takes a step back to admire.
Beautiful. A dead body in a nice bare fridge. No, not true.
He means it.
If I were...
He's right. His work would be much more formal.
Like the catastrophic authority failure yesterday, where I was trying to assert my authority over the Hardy Boys and instead apparently had a lapse, snapped, and put Kim's gun in my mouth while whining about the X something. That is probably a bigger deal than losing some empathy with a lorry driver in conversation, you know? But that one's permanently scarred onto the,
At least we've stopped the body.
onto
Inside
this run through of the
icy
game.
realm of the ice bear fridge. The corpse.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
So I am taking some real bad ones. Don't know if you picked up on the machine, but for most rolls, once you add an ability point, it can. Yeah, that's exactly why I added another extraneous point of empathy. For the most part, empathy is already really high. I have no reason, except for this one lorry driver, to improve it. Ancient mysteries, where to, just to go through, to light the fridge. And we'll be back.
Come back later, Corporal.
Okay, empathy. Let's try this again. 83% chance success. Now, with this door open, it's entirely possible we could have brought the body through that door. We never saw it happen, so there's always a possibility that we actually dragged it to the bookshop.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
Come on, 83%, just give it to me.
In his eyes, an unfamiliar longing. Flecks of brown and gold. It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest, down the street that goes beyond the horizon.
What's southwest? There's a village down there, right? Waterfront? There's no way that he, in particular, specifically him, is the broad-shouldered, older man that the Wild Pines representative had a dalliance with at early 20s. Too young. He's too fresh.
Excuse me?
A flinch jolts his frame. The question has touched a nerve.
You can tell me. How I get longing. I felt something similar since I woke up.
Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no helping in absence, you know. I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way. Waiting all the way in Diora. And here I am stuck in this shit, so far from home.
See, this is so much lower stakes than putting a gun in my mouth. But this is the role that I have to reset on.
Diora of the Seven Seas. It's on the other end of Le Caillou, pretty much. On another island called Laurentide, off mainland. We've got a little place there. Can almost hear my kid laugh when it snows.
What's it like to miss someone? Ask the man, who misses somebody so much that it literally kills him to read the postcard.
What's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living with them. It comforts me.
You know what? My money is on the racist lorry driver being the one smuggling drug stuff. But now that I know that this man has a family that he's never going to see again if he's arrested, narratively that means it could be him.
What about you, Copman? You missing someone?
Is that what it is? This feeling? No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter, smelling of apricots and sorrow, and the past.
I miss my gun. Country music themes. I'm fine, man. I don't miss anyone. I miss someone, but I don't know who it is. Or listen to my half-life, my half-light. I feel hunted. True answer, or listen to my gut. I feel hunted.
Hunted? By what?
A shadowy figure known only to me as the X something. Ah, he might understand that.
An ex-wife?
Oh, that's gonna kill me. A sinister presence that hunts me across all of existence. Followed me to this row when I awoke. It may be a planar hunter. I mean, how philosophical are we talking here? If he's hunted by his ex-wife, on the most literal level, she wouldn't be an ex-wife if she was pursuing me. But the concept of the ex-something preying on the back of his mind, physically damaging him when she's brought up, could be. Planar hunter, maybe?
Planar hunter? Wow, that sounds really bad. I hope that doesn't happen in my marriage.
What is marriage?
Man, who even knows? It's like a legal contract, but also a bond between spirits. Everyone is different. That's all I can say.
It's definitely gonna happen to you too. No, don't say that, we're no cynic. Don't worry, I'm certain nothing bad is ever going to happen to your marriage. When you put it like that doesn't sound very sincere. Yeah, my thing has got nothing to do with marriage. Don't make it all about me. It's not gonna happen to you, man. It's okay. I'm sure you and your missus have it going on.
Yeah. In marriage, you never know if you're doing the right thing. I hope we're doing our best to keep ours together, but anything can happen. Look, man.
Look, man, we built rapport. And I was gonna be like, you know for a fact that I'm hauling chemicals in here. Please don't take me away from my wife and kid.
Thanks for this.
No? Aww.
It's nice to talk to someone. I know it wasn't easy to ask, so I hope you find your way through your own troubles.
But nobody knows anything. I've interrogated all the drivers, but then nothing's come up. Tommy does seem good. He's good, he's got a wife and kids, second on the way, so it's gotta be him. That's narrative evidence. I want it to be the lorry driver. The racist lorry driver up north. But I've exhausted all the options for everyone.
Oh, high-grade narcotic.
Time to relax. He's merely joking.
Ha! No, they usually get shipped to Grodd and the Occident. They'll even make not unless they've illegalized.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Ah, man. But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk.
We have a credible...
Not me, man. No way. I don't need...
Nah,
Look, man,
see, it's
I try to stay
nothing. No
away
one says
from the criminal.
anything.
We wouldn't. It's not a lie.
He tries to stay clean.
It's something else.
Drama
Impossible
and
to say
empathy, believe
what
he's being true
at this
about that.
point, but there's something in him.
He's all hush-hush. She's shady, but that'd be the obvious answer, almost too obvious. But everyone isn't opening up on anything.
Lowman.
And I've already asked everything there is to ask. I've asked everyone everything. Maybe if I give it a day. Or if I eclipse some quippers. Nah, still can't do anything. Can snoop into the lorries. Alright, give me the booze again.
A colorful display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform. Here you go, mister.
I'll go back around with this song and dance. Then get, what was it? Shivers? To speak to the dice maker? Or take an option with her?
Well, hello. Light reflect. Wow. The gods. Oh, yes.
Why is it always about?
There's a Saturn. You see a flash of teeth. Nothing. A golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine.
Hey, extra health
Your
point.
stomach melts from it into a happy goo.
In the bottom right.
From the
Gotta be drunk to safely talk about erect something. What if it's ex-partner? What if we have such psychic damage because we had a lapse of esprit de
all
corps?
around you. The spring looking up at the sky, grey sky, humid, sheets of the ruins of the sky. Will you ever go there? No, you are just urban coastline, coal city. Your hair isn't the great gates of the industrial harbour. You shudder. 2 green snake capes up hallways. The evening, a yard, a traffic jet. The road ascends.
Have a brother in.
To be in my standing in the rain, your vision blurs. Coalition era
More
sta-
XP, more
collapse.
XP.
This rain
Cool.
will not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
Okay. I've already called in. So, what left is there to do? Further erode my authority with the Hardy Boys? I don't think any of my temporarily raised physique will help me out with them. But we do have Shivers up. Have I got any clothes that could help boost Shivers? Electrochemistry is always at it. Physical instrument. +1 Shivers already wearing, so yeah. Shivers as good as it's going to get. Wait, wrong way. Right way, wrong way? I've lost my way. Been here how many times because I walked into a closet?
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Put skill point into Shivers. I have to directly put it into there? But I boosted it. I boosted it with booze by raising physique. Fine, in that case, tell me about the building.
I'm listening.
Broken windows? What's up with the broken windows?
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right?
Supply and demand?
Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff medias.
Oh.
Who would have guessed? And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
Cool debris. What's a snuff milieu? Not gonna ask about the milieu. No. Go into curiosity.
It's a Sub Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information to lay out for the world. What does she mean to get off on it?
Electrochemistry, if you're asking, you know exactly what it means.
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators.
Tell me about... Strange Machine?
Fortress Accident, the
Hey,
radio
that's the
game
one.
studio.
Have you got the password?
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wiro. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
What do you mean, liberal?
The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time. Well, I did hear them talking at times.
Any mention of the password?
They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
From what I've seen, the project did look quite impressive. Must have been a gigantic ego trip. It did look impressive though, they got pictures and everything.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time.
She's right. Showing up to work on time is important. Showing up to work on time is hard. No, scratch that. Showing up to work at all is difficult, especially if you've been drinking.
Showing up to work on time is incredibly hard. That's too bad, would have supported them, the project looked great. Should have tried harder. I mean, it is easy for her to say that, because she's dealing in a high-paying luxury good, but she pays no rent or overhead herself. This place she's squatting in is basically free for her. If she had to worry about the payroll and the rent and other such overhead, it might be different. Well, that's too bad. It was a cool game. Would have supported them.
Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
It would have been a boon for her too if other people needed more dice from this massive multiplayer over-the-air role-playing game.
The result is 1 on a 20-sided die. The dice is black and filled with little silvery flakes, like snowfall.
Anything else?
Rollerblades and skis? Nah. All I want to ask about was the
I hope it clarified things a bit.
It was at the Kim or the voices, just the password would show up. But so far I've seen nothing. Maybe a second glance at these boards and diagrams.
This old fireplace diagram, for some, the whole thing resembles Cadran mosaic tiles. Very percentage, radio frequent, unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillary. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can, whoever decides, a list of names, all of this is gone. Left up. There's no way a little base.
My God. The schedule.
Nothing. Your flashlight slides. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out the handwriting is only partly legible. But you can still make out 3 slogans: call in, tune out, we're all untethered, and heat death of the universe.
It's a verbal password. We tell it to the radio operator. It could be one of these. Call in, tune out, we're all untethered, heat death of the universe.
The full text reads, heat death of the universe is the new outside. A cold wind wraps the building in its bosom. This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic, it looks a bit. Everyone is constantly teetering on the edge of your eyes glide over. Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent, the filament slides out.
Or maybe we'll find it if we find some other... I can't examine it. Filament contains information that could be read using a radio computer. It has a price. I could sell it for 50 too.
Tiles on the cube like a smooth draw. The speaker.
Good evening. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
Try the password.
Please repeat the password.
No, we don't have the password.
Proceed.
Don't worry.
Fortress X, thank you.
Tiles on the cube are the filament slide.
Alright, I tried. And there's nothing else around here interactable that could work as a password, I don't think. Unless the mannequins have it, but they aren't talking. No? Alright, in that case. What does it do? We'll task for the rest of today. The body? Can you do another investigation on the body? And that's gonna take who knows how long, it'll be night. And then Buddy Kim will go to bed, and I'll come back and take the boots when they're not covered in flesh gunk trying to peel off.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding over the freezing corpse hidden inside its belly.
+1 look in the mouth. Is that telling me to, or is that because I did back in the past? Refrigerated. It's 42. Is it good to say the boots are too frozen to the flesh to remove them now?
I thought we decided to leave it to processing. Let's not turn this into some kind of circus.
Okay, let's search the body one more time. Thoroughly. 42%. Come on, perception. I'm already wearing all my perception clothes. I got my frog visor on. Perception. As good as it's going to be. Damage morale.
Man's body. His skin is cold, light blue and silvery in the light of the fridge. You still have no idea where to begin, or what to even do with him.
Come on.
It'll come to you sooner or later. At least he's safe here until then.
I don't mind putting a point into perception, because I do feel I need more perception. But I am quickly running out of daylight. I feel like I'm gonna fall so far behind. At least he's frozen, so at least this does give me one more day to steal the boots. Now that I'm comfortable with it, now that I know the kitchen is going to be open in the morning. Kuno, what are you gonna do now that the body is not hanging in the tree?
Fuck does Kuno care?
Okay, Kuno. I haven't asked Kuno about errands and illegal narcotics. Maybe that's the missing link for these lorry drivers.
Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That's where Kuno gets his lightning on.
Is your dad a racist lorry driver by chance?
Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's got to throw his dirty popo man at it.
Cause dirty popo mad. Alright.
Dirty popo man is you.
Oh.
And there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half of the speed.
I'm currently at 2 bars of health and 1 bar morale. Perfect time to take on somebody's sped out dad. Who's your dad, Kuno?
Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revachol. He doesn't give a shit about a single thing. He drinks too.
Are you sure you can take on the most violent man in Revachol? In your condition?
Yeah, sure. How much material are we talking here, Kuno?
Like half?
Half of what?
A baggie, but like in this vial.
That's not very much material, Kuno.
Fuck you talking about half a G? This shit is giant, grade A shit. So clean you can barely see it.
If I take this stuff, could I plant it on a lorry driver? And be like, yeah, it was him, go full on cop.
You can barely see it, because there's barely any.
Made up my mind, Kuno.
Okay, Kuno's listening.
I'm gonna go in there, all guns blazing to get that speed, because I need it. Gotta go in there, but not for the speed. I'm going to go after the most violent man in Revachol. Going in there for justice. I'm a narc, Kuno. I'm gonna confiscate that crap. Going in there for justice. I'm a narc. Lie, you need the speed. I'm going after the most violent game in Revachol.
Sure.
Gonna bag me a bear.
If you survive, make sure to bring that shit back to Kuno. Kuno's almost out. You wouldn't like the Kuno when he's out. Kuno's violent dad's got Kuno's key. So you need to fuck your way in there. Go to the pier side. Bang on the door till the cleaning gimp lets you in. That's how Kuno does it.
Oh, that's the reason to go into the house with the old lady.
Then you go to room 12 and kick down the door. Police violence style. That's what Kuno does. And then it's action time. You're locked in the room with violent fuckhead. That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
Split a kilo with Kuno.
What the hell are you signing us up for here?
I'm gonna kill Kuno's dad. I'm a bad addict cop, and I'm gonna get my fix. Come on, Kim. Obviously I'm going to take it. We need to get the drugs away from a minor.
Okay, then.
Alright, we're off then.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Kim is so easy to convince sometimes. How much have we got left in the booze? How do I see? It's good for an hour, I know that much. And it's currently 8:12. I'm sure we'll have some time to heat these physical stuffs up. going to be the most threatening cop, coming in with corpse viscera covered gardening gloves and a froggy visor. Back door. Oh, that must be way up here. There's stuff up here we haven't gotten yet. What's this question mark? Okay, just my
Hey,
tutorial.
what's that noise down there?
Anything else physical I could wear? Drama? As opposed to conceptualization and -1 to suggestion? I might need some dramatics. So strut on up with a mesh shirt to talk about his kid.
It's been a week and now
Visual
they show
calculus but less drama. Physical instrument? I might need my physical instrument too. Physical instrument is only at 3. Flex powerful muscles, enjoy healthy organs, or with a cool shirt, pretend I have powerful muscles and healthy organs.
Can't get involved.
Cool for muscle men, bare knuckle brawlers, gym teachers, break doors, chains, and bones. Makes you laugh at the namby-pansies who can't. Manned up, encouraging others to curl iron to the 2 manned up to.
Much for a quiet
Or have a
smoke.
hard time arresting anyone who isn't infirm or already dead. Engaging in physical confrontations could leave me in either state. So maybe I want the wife beater more than the cool mesh tank top. It's even got stains on it. If I'm going to speak Kuno's dad, I must speak his language of the clothes that I wear. Electrochemistry, reaction time. I feel like reaction time is also going to be important if I'm going to confront the violent fellow. Less rhetoric, but I'm doubting rhetoric is going to help me too much here.
Hey, what's that noise down there?
Esprit de corps. Okay, shivers at esprit de corps. Suggestion for less half-light. I look like a bum. That's perfect.
There must be another way into the building.
Whoa, that was...
Now they show up?
That was atypically loud. That was like an off take where Kim was too close to the mic. Or just the sound balance. The sound balance is just way weird for that one.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance.
Madame!
There is no reply. The door...
Stop banging on the door! The police? No. I already... Go check the backyard
The
door.
backyard door.
Backyard door. There must be...
Is that not this door back here? Backyard door? Backyard? Door?
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
It's the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege.
You hiding something? No trouble from me. Just wonder what's going on up there. Too late, young man. Trouble's found you.
Sorry, I don't have time for this. I just want to finish my cigarette and be gone.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Actually, the police really needs to talk to you.
Is it really that important?
Yes.
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
How about you unlock this door down here? We can talk away from prying eyes.
Alright, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
Need to get inside the apartment building. Could you help me?
Help you? No, sorry, gendarme. I have to run.
Fine. Good view of the backyard. Tell me anything about it.
I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinet's standards.
What were you doing last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Did you? No, we didn't.
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
Muscular, Hardy Boys maybe?
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He's an actor declaiming a soliloquy. See how you hang on his every word?
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over.
What kind of friend?
It was my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend? How intriguing. Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. You can just spend time with pals, watching rugby and drinking beer.
What's his name? You see anything?
He doesn't reply. Gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the dull and darkening sky, the neighboring windows stand silent. Someone hides behind a curtain. Those windows have eyes, and those eyes are watching, spying on you three.
Well, Snitch, could you give me your name then?
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Why do I feel like this is a made-up name?
Martin Martinez? Good local name. Let's go with that.
Alright, Martin, goodbye.
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
17% chance for failure. Cannot be retried. I'm gonna get the failure.
This isn't the place or time for questions.
Beat it by
Who
one.
knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains.
Hey, listen. I'm just trying to make things okay again. Can we meet someplace else?
For a moment, the man on the balcony
We could be a
seems
Saturday friend.
almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes. Compassion and a hint of understanding. There's snow gathering on his hair and on his shoulders. A speckle of white against the purple that hangs loose on his slender frame.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door.
Or key we can bypass the babushka.
It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
I just realized there's a penis drawn on the door.
He's gone.
Classic graffiti art. We should run after him, see where he went.
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
Just give up? You're right, he probably didn't have anything important to say. We just give up? That was an invitation as far as I'm concerned.
He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there. If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
Great, let's go. Well, I still have booze in me. Okay, stone by the front door, right? Is this not front door? Or did he mean the door below the balcony? Oh, that's stone. Is this not the same building then?
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments and the man can be in any of them. We'll just have to go in and see.
What if Kuno's dad is a Sunday friend? Then we go up, apartment 12, kick it in. Take down Kuno's dad is optional. Eviction notices, missing pets. Boots? Are any of these boots the odd boot out, no? Can I see numbers on these doors before I commit to any? Oh, bathroom? Storage room? Bathroom? Oh, there was free alcohol! 13 minutes left. Could I stack them? Could I get multiple of the same one? Because this says 2 uses left, but I've already got an alcohol Commodore Red. What if I save you here for now, then come back? What if I take all? Would I get 2 bottles or just the 1? 6 uses. Okay, so it stacks up. Trash bin! Get more bottles. Oh, hello. Flip up glasses, the auditor. Less authority, but more logic. Cleaning chemicals. Balcony. I see shoes. Oh. There's the things in the shoes. I can't get new shoes yet. Postcard, Boogie Street 46. Open air market in Boogie Street 5 years ago. Cool. More stuff to sell. Cleaning lady. What now? Cleaning lady got myself inside.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
You alright, miss? Should I get you a doctor?
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
See, with a shadow around her face that looks like some kind of fire mechanism. It's a broom, but it looks like a rifle.
You're still worried. It's very worrying.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
Martin Martinet? The parents of a kid named Kuno? Does she know Kuno? Everyone knows Kuno.
The waiters are at the end of this hallway, right next to the communal bathroom.
What does that mean back where I came from then? What about Martin Martinet?
Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry.
Knew it, fake name. A real person named Martin Martinet. He told me he's Martin Martinet.
Pea-brain. Someone played a trick on you. Martin Martinez is a name for anyone who comes from Martinez, like Jim Jamrock or Raoul Ravachol.
So have you got any Martin Martinez in the building?
Oops. You really didn't get the joke there.
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
How about young male, mid-20s, dark hair, skinny build, smoker on the balcony?
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
No trouble. Wants to talk to him. We're the Saturday friend. Can we come up? He's not exactly wanted for murder. And I feel like if one of the tenants in here was gonna be put away, she's no snitch. I was gonna shell her up. We just want to talk.
Talk?
Maybe she'll cough less if I don't have this flashlight blinding her face. She looks like the portrait of a religious icon in a sector religion where human faces aren't allowed.
He lives upstairs in room 28.
Room 28, just giving it to me?
Balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you, Moses.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Now, who are you, now that you've given us so much information?
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways.
Do you live here?
If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely
sounds
bigger
warm.
than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company, and that's all I need from this world.
And all she gets, too. The coastal wind beats down hard on the cold room door outside. Splashes of waves make the balcony slippery.
It's already 8:30, so I'll pick her brain some other time. Firing squad for the rich. Foreclosed by Martinet Realty Associates.
A shift in temperature. The air chills around you. Dust settles on the stony floor. A former architect stands before a slice of window, a room plan in her hand. A cold wave has made the air in the building stand still and frozen, with temperatures falling down to minus 20 degrees Celsius.
Look at this peeling wallpaper. It's not all just one texture map on the wall. It's got depth and layer to it. The whole curl of the wallpaper breaks a flashlight. These guys are artists, man. It's so common, even in adventure games, where this would just be one texture. And the flashlight just goes like meh, just like that. Maybe it sticks out as a corner, but this, it's a whole curling lip. A whole curling lip in the game itself. Her face, the plan, what about her face?
Is red from the cold. She's breathing on her fingers, clasping the plan. Traces of sadness are visible in her expression.
And the plan?
Faint pencil lines on paper depict the same place, but a missing eastern wall connects the room with the neighboring apartment. Ideas for arranging the furniture have been jotted down. It's clean and empty, with new tapestry embellishing the walls. A standard HB graphite pencil has fallen off a three-legged stool in the middle of the room.
Going down the wall, cool. More stuff for me to snoop through. Nosafed and some money. Almost at 6 days worth of rent. If I buy no food or sustenance for myself. There's a front door where we came from, I'm sure. Number 9. What's this one? Number 8. Okay, that's my orientation. 8, 9, 10.
That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism, in other words.
Cool. Spend
The
it closer.
star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mazov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
But why is the star upside down?
To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
And why white?
Because white is the color of peace.
But what does that evoke in me, who has internalized Mazovian social economics and suffered a loss of logic for it? Or authority? Loss of authority. Loss of logic came from Super Cop. Morale critical heal now. Fine.
Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of impoverished students remain in dirty hallways.
Is that because I internalized Mazovian social economics? That saying, oh, the glory is gone, causes me psychic damage. It's almost bedtime, I don't want to take a charge. I also don't want to die.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. It's addressed to Mr. Uno de Reuter.
Farmer Kuno's dad lives. Bill on the door.
And the place comes with 3 months' worth of utility bills.
Knock lightly, or just cut my way through. Tool not in hand. It could be. What is that? Oh, the Bell Magrave rifle. Just gonna cut his door open and be like, Kuno's dad. Could you spawn me some cash?
A shabby door hangs oddly on
72%.
Secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. It's addressed to Mr. Uno de Reuter.
Did I fail it again? What exactly happened here? Is it waiting on me? Or does it black out and fail forever if I don't improve my critical morale? Oh no, the world's gone dark. Oh, what happened then? Was that... What exactly am I facing?
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity.
Is my road's gonna be dark
It's
from now on?
addressed to Mr. Uno de Reuter.
Did I break it? Is the game broken? Because there's no options now. I can't do anything with this. I think maybe I broke it. Hence the quick save.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges.
Okay, try this again. But maybe without dropping into some void.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges.
And the place comes with 3 months' worth of...
Snip. The cutter goes through them like dead leaves. The links fall to the ground on the other side of the door.
I'm guessing that was some kind of failure then. It was probably waiting for me to do a charge to survive through it, but didn't survive through it, so what happened? Was that supposed to be a fail state? Was my world supposed to go black? And when it does, I die, like when I read the postcard? Either way, had the save, no biggie.
I know there's no stopping you, but let's at least make this quick.
He's not in. Didn't see me take his money, Kim. Flossy erotica. Wrinkle for moisture. Sea moisture, right? Oh, he's asleep.
A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills. Right next to it, in plain sight, sits a small bottle of amphetamine, conveniently equipped with a straw.
But if he's asleep, then I guess his dad isn't one of the lorry drivers then, so he's not the racist lorry driver, so I can't kill 2 birds with one Kuno dad. Lieutenant, I've located the psychoactive substance.
Good. Confiscate it.
The minuscule amount of amphetamine doesn't interest the lieutenant in the slightest. He listens instead to something in the other room. You pocket the bottle as if it were the most natural thing in the world.
Let's get updated. Take down Kuno's dad. Well, I'm supposed to be part of the noble RCM. I'm not exactly a hitman. Sharing it with Kuno will cement my friendship. And who knows what secrets it'll lead to. Do I want Kuno's secrets? Kuno's secrets are gonna be filled with racial and sexual slurs. Locate door 28. Don't mind me. Just inspecting your laundry. +1 composure. We get +1 composure pants? Okay, goodbye Kuno's dad. Hey Upa? Be the father he should have had. Well, Upa... 1. I'm a broken old man with only 1 point of health left, and no morale to get into fights anyway. But if I let Upa's dad live— Upa's dad? Kuno's dad, sorry. If I let Kuno's dad live, then he'll have 2 dads. Take a closer look at Kuno's dad? Gregory is saying take a closer look at Kuno's dad, then hopefully... either I'm gonna be baited, and this is gonna be death for me, or maybe he won't immediately wake up. My worry was that he'd wake up right away if I tried to interact.
A bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. A stained
You're back. It's
parka,
okay.
some
It's a mild
towels and a
backseating.
duvet, some socks even.
Hold on, Lieutenant. Look at that pile of clothes. Reach out my hand. The pile of clothes.
Something underneath there is breathing. It's not too late. No one's going to blame you for backing out. You don't have to do this. Just get out.
The chat will riot if I don't deep dive enough. Well, I've already decided that I don't want to fight Kuno's dad. I am perfectly happy stealing the speed and stealing his pants. So, if this ends up in a confrontation I don't want that you guys put me into, I could always just save my reload or load my save.
Your hand touches a greasy duvet covered in cigarette burns and ketchup stains. You hear a growl. There is something alive underneath it.
Pull the blanket off.
You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol and God knows what else. The smell of shit rises from his mouth.
You give me permission to reload. I'm glad, Gregory, that I have your permission.
You don't have to take him down. He's already down.
Yeah, exactly. This guy is a wreck. Though I'm sure when he wakes up, he's gonna be back to his belligerency, but right now, he's just pitiable. Is this Kuno's father we are seeing?
Well, judging by the color of his hair, I would say yes, it is.
The lieutenant's
cut him off
right.
again.
The man's unwashed hair bears a familiar ginger tone. Even the hair on his chest is coppery. The light from the window falls into his half-open eyes.
I can't believe it. Kuno's dad isn't a loser. Does it look like he's gonna fuck up anyone anytime soon? Yeah, but when he wakes up and his meth is gone? I was expecting something worse. This is a sad old dog.
I think he's still quite bad. I mean, what he has come to. This man won't be feeding his family anytime soon. Not that he was, but at least he won't be beating his son.
A pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back at you from the dark, empty, and frozen. It's clear that the person behind them is not awake.
He's gonna sleep it off, I know this shit. What happened to his eyes? This is serious damage, I'm still not sure. He's not dead. He's gonna sleep it off. What happened to his eyes?
Can't you tell? It happens to exceptionally committed substance abusers. They fall asleep with their eyelids still open. Not a pretty sight.
He's gonna sleep it off.
Look, he's trying to communicate.
58% chance. Red check can't be retried. I mean, it's a fucking pig. That's what he's trying to say. But I do want more points of perception. Both in general, and because I need one more point of perception in order to examine the body again in the freezer. 72. The red color calls to me. I feel determined. I do. That is true, Upa. Watch me take the 28% chance of failure.
The man groans once again, but his tongue keeps failing him. It's impossible to make out the syllables. A hand emerges from the blankets, trying to gesticulate something. And then it dawns upon you, clear and surreal. Pigs, he says.
Yeah.
He's trying to call you pigs.
Fuck you, Dar. You're awake. He's awake.
His hand falls back on the bed, limp and defeated. A loud snore escapes his mouth. He's asleep again.
At least he got to say his piece.
Kim, is this even alive?
I'm afraid it is. Look, it moves.
And look, the other foot is camouflaged by a striped sock bearing the name Maxtor on the sole. 3 toes are poking out of a hole. A groan rises from the man's throat, dry like a death rattle. He's trying to say something in his sleep.
And we help him? I mean, we could build a youth center. He could play some basketball, shoot some hoops, get off the streets.
What is there to do? We could turn him on his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit, but he's already on his side.
Excellent form.
We could take him
could
to
admire that at
Melody
least.
or Saint Baptiste, but he doesn't have money for medical services. The almshouse would turn him down. They don't do charity for people who are trying to kill themselves. Besides, he'll be dead in a few.
Could be. Kim could be right. Dad was the same way in his final nights, with the glossy eyes half open in his sleep.
The pile of blankets grunts miserably.
I took your amphetamine, old man.
Silence. Only heat emanates from the sleeping body.
Biggest, toughest guy in all of Riverdale, according to Kuno. And Hero was worried there's gonna be some fight. There's a balcony, but there's other balcony buttons here as well. See, that was a good back seating. That was opening my eyes to a thing I was going to bypass from fear. Since Kuno built him up to be some kind of mountain of a man. Fluff fluff? Alright. There is a lot of fluff being redeemed lately. Kind lady from earlier, Cindy.
Piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
That's right, we've evolved.
Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutations.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
If she could scorch this whole place down. What are you doing to that wall? Is that heavy fuel oil? What are you doing to it?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit.
In flames.
I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
You don't know what to write?
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mona was here. We rarely see pigs round here though. Just union cats. And my name's not Mona, so...
She wants it to be something true and total.
In that case, true and total. I have an opinion on this.
Yeah?
I love public art, don't mind us, keep doing what you're doing. This is hooliganism. Or I lied, I don't have an opinion. Keep that up. You are leaving your mark on your material culture, on your built environment.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have
Achievement,
an
the
official
Capo dell'Arte.
RCM stamp of approval.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
Ah, I made it uncool. Is that heavy fuel oil?
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
Clever cultural commentary, but the fumes are bad for you. I don't see a mask, I don't see a scarf or a handkerchief, or a bandana.
Something to think about next time you're driving around in your pretty little piggy carriage.
Alright, little Cindy. There's more door to use. That's a cool skull. She's even incorporated the windows themselves into her art. More money. Tarp slap in the wind. Door is locked, so not this one. Next floor up, right? Oh, now this is all just one room. 100 tiny feet scaring me to the grate. I see blue. What's in blue? Even more money? Officially at 6 days of rent? More pets? Electrochemistry. At the cost of reaction speed. Speaking of which, I gotta switch out from my disco pants to one that's better accommodating for my savoir-faire. Electrochemistry is alright, but I don't know. I haven't needed too much savoir-faire recently, but electrochemistry has been poking his head out all the time. So it's either pants that are sexy, that give more electrochemistry, or put more points into it myself. Because as is, it's at where? 3. Electrochemistry of 3. So it'll be 2 without the pants. Oh well. Give me more composure. Everyone looks good in black jeans, that's why I wear them. Combine it with your favorite book, t-shirt, and a yellow plastic bag. The shot of that laid-back trash bin raccoon meets a cool professor vibe. I do have a plastic bag. We haven't purchased the Hiam Dollar Book t-shirt yet, but we could totally complete that look. There. Stole the cleaning lady's pants. Plastic tare. Wait a tick, wait a tick. You probably can't, but can I walk across those planks? No, I cannot. They don't go anywhere anyway, just an awning. Incomplete awning. So before it gets too late then, where's the other balcony? To hunt down that cutie in room 28. 3 thoughts, hold on. Breaker box full of cigarette butts, maroon glowed lights, distant traffic. He's got so much on his mind now. Cool. That door could go into... How about the rest of these? 29? 30, so yeah. He's the one we passed by the door. And can't go anyplace else. Alright. Well, this should mean at least a full map split explored now. At the tail end of the second day.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home.
No one answers.
Aw.
Looks
Really?
like the man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening.
It is 9 at night. It can't get any more evening than this.
We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's
Tomorrow?
work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
What do you mean?
The smoker on the balcony. This is why we're here, right? He might know something about the murder. So tomorrow 9 p.m.?
What about today at 9 p.m.?
Suddenly, he's a little worried about your memory.
Okay, fine. Tomorrow 9 p.m.
Tomorrow 9 p.m. right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow, he's probably gone for today.
Oh, well, at least we found him. At least we do have access to this building now. What's this? Curtain shift. Someone's watching me. Martin Martinet, perhaps, but first, it has been a couple of hours, so I'm gonna grab myself my first BRB. And then when we get back, it's after 9. I don't think I'll make much headway with the Hardy Boys, but maybe we'll give a second investigation of the body now that we have extra point perception, frog visor. But first, I'll be back. enough classic public domain music. Goes back to disco. It's only 9 on the dot, so maybe stop by the Hardy Boys quick if they're even still in there. And that's a big if. How was that classic? That is classic compositions. Just the instruments have been updated for the modern age.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Dimmer light. And Cindy's artistic impulses. It's at 8%. I've survived 8% rolls.
Yeah. Why? It's a wall. An ordinary wall.
Why must we stop to look at this wall every time we pass by? We have business to attend to.
Because it takes no time, Kim, and it's art. Maybe this. It's a conceptualization check. Maybe this is going to be my canvas. Ah, yes it is. We are going to become Martin Martinet and leave our mark upon this city. Let's see. For that matter, what is here in this yellow spot? $2.06. Bocce ball players are out. Lorry driver's still up. But nobody has anything they want to say to me. I could always peek into this lorry for the 3rd time.
A lorry stuck in the windows are clear. The driver has adorned his space with a large metal pendant hangs from the rear view mirror. The back
Racist, nationalist, likely, yes.
There he is, in front of Rita.
So that hasn't changed any. And doesn't give us any leeway with him.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again? Oh, not much anymore. The strike. Apples. Look, as detective. Oh, I mean...
Damn, you're not gonna get more out of him on this. He's put up the wall of racism.
Oh well, maybe it's impossible. Maybe I've locked myself into a hole. And Hardy Boy's still here? Alright, Hardy Boys. Round 3 of trying to assert my authority.
The insane police officer is back.
The small man mimes, blowing his brains out. You see his rat face contorted in mock despair. His fingers touching his temple.
Certainly left an impression on them all.
There's laughter in the room. Try not to kill yourself this time.
Even with Everard's help, it's a mere 28%. If I raise my authority a bit more, it'll still be pretty low. Alright, see you guys later. Just came in to say hi, don't go anywhere. It's authority of 5 too. Even if I didn't have the -1 from internalizing Mazovian social economics, it'd still be a gamble. Okay, so where is my perception hat? Perception hat. And nothing else gives perception bonus. Logic of 1. Since we're not gonna beat up Kuno's dad after all. Conceptualization. Oh, I should put the correct shirt back on then. Just putting on a +1 conceptualization shirt isn't going to be enough, is it? To grant me access back to the wall.
Just an ordinary woman.
Nope, not good enough. But it seems like certain white checks refresh on the next day, so might be for tomorrow. Logic and authority, visual calculus. Let me put on some visual calculus classes for this investigation. If I'm going to handle a body, I don't want my good gloves on. How bad's the roll now?
Eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding over the freezing corpse hidden inside its belly.
58%, so... It's still a gamble. This could still take 1 terminal point of morale. It's slightly better than 50-50. But it's still not guaranteed. How about this? It seems to give like a last chance to huff some magnesium if it does deplete. Got it!
Your arm reaches out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, dead flesh through the latex glove. It's right under the palm of your hand.
What is this?
His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a rubber spider, your gloved hand crawls on his features. Everything is silent, all around.
Okay. First, his mouth.
The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop. You're on the right track.
Play with it. This feels right. Open my eyes and look. I gotta look what's in there. Open my eyes.
A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from his throat. And there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate, you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened.
0.4 centimeter hole in radius. Could it be the entry wound of a rather small caliber firearm? Did he have a gun in his mouth in the back of his throat? And so no. Pretty much every Hardy Boy admitted he was killed by hanging. But they're also covering up for the 8th Hardy girl. Still open to the possibility that she might have killed him in self-defense, given that the Hardy girl could have been a victim of his. And so they strung him up very publicly to cover up for her self-defense and diminish her shame. Since they are very concerned with that, celebrate.
Keep going.
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound.
The wound. What kind of wound is this?
Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth, right into his brainstem.
His brainstem?
Yes, that's what this part is called.
Well, feel around the brainstem then. I've never had my fingers in somebody's brainstem before.
The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex. This man will never sleep again. Never wake.
Deeper in.
Your yellow fingers slide into the remains of the limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres. The ululations of the limbic system have ended. All is quiet.
This much damage? Could have been a gunshot. But not high caliber since there's no obvious exit wound we've seen. Cavity cut right between the hemispheres.
The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper. Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow.
But wiggle in will do anyway.
Your fingers reach toward his skull. His cerebral cortex feels like jelly. Cold jelly. Strange fluid streams down your wrist as you push deeper until you feel it on the tip of your finger.
How deep into his head am I anyway? Because oral cavity can't fit the entire hand unless I'm breaking something. How far back am I going? What angle? Back, soft padded up? And with thick gardening gloves?
Ice cold serrated metal. Its edges cut right through the latex and into your finger.
It's only 72%. It's a red check. I want to succeed at this one though. Maybe I'll get some bonuses if I landscape the area first. Feels like a solid object right under the skull.
Can you get to it?
Could you give me some forceps, Kim? What if I get my clippers? And equip my clippers to try to tweezer it out?
There's a tiny crack. A protrusion in the cranium. Right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it. From the inside.
A very tiny proto-exit wound then. It would have been one if not for the size of the bullet perhaps.
The object that is in there stops just short of the skull, in the encephalus, knocking this tiny fracture into the cranium.
You're an encephalus.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
See, he gets it? There. 83%. Precise spot of exit wound. Just part your fingers very slightly, tap on the back of his head to dislodge it, then catch it. This game has me more paranoid than XCOM. 83%, it might as well be 18%.
You pick the object between your index and middle finger. It feels sharp, like metal. With your face twisting from pain and concentration, all you need to do is just...
whisper or spend this effort to slowly pull it out. Communicate with your partner.
Good.
Then slowly retreat.
The inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove. Sweat dripping down your brow. Careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth. The garden glove is covered in blood right up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower. A blossom made of lead.
It flowered out. Hollow point, maybe?
A bullet.
The bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
"This does support my initial theory that he was hung post-mortem."
A non-caliber rifle, some kind of brittle alloy, fractured on impact.
Keep it, Lieutenant. Can I have it? Can I have it?
Of course, you deserve it.
I deserve it.
We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion color. Soft palate, back of mouth. High velocity, temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound?
Like heaven. Sounds about right. Just nod. Sounds like heaven.
Opinion? Fatal injury.
Goddamn right. Agreed. Wasn't that we thought the last time? No, we thought the hanging last time. Absolutely correct.
And one last thing. We should amend injury number 3. Ligament mark. New opinion? Non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment.
Treatment? The ligament mark. The fractured hyoid bone. It was all treatment. All meant to mask and obfuscate the true cause of death.
Yes, and the belt around his neck. The hanging. Even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead.
Dead? Doop. Agreed.
I have had my doubts since you showed me the tracks. Why did they carry him over? Why not march him, I thought. There was no satisfying explanation.
He could have been unconscious if he wasn't tied up. But yeah, from the start I was open to the possibility.
There have been other signs too. Small details. Everything is too neatly designed for us to assign probable cause here, as we did, full-heartedly. Well, no more.
We worked with what information we had. It was a conclusion that anyone on the scene would have come to.
We almost fell for it, he thinks. Almost.
Who would do this? Why would anyone want to do this to protect the 8th Hardy girl that they refused to bring out, refused to bring up? The bullet could hold more answers? Why would anyone want to do this?
To hide something.
Mm-hmm.
The real killer?
Mm-hmm.
The real motivation?
Mm-hmm.
What really happened here?
Yeah, weirdo. Have we destroyed the bourgeoisie yet? No, but we have kind of put our fingers to this guy's brain to pull out a bullet. And brain and bourgeoisie both start with B, so kinda. Who would do this?
That's for us to find out. But this, it will make finding them just a little easier.
Need to wash myself after this.
You really do.
Wash off the death smell.
You say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening.
So I could use a bathroom in my room to wash the death smell off of me, in my broken sink. But I have to specifically use a kitchen sink to wash the viscera and gunk out of this guy's boots, if I choose to steal them and rip all the flesh off. Maybe the bullet holds more answers?
Yes, we should take a closer look at it. I am certain it has more to tell us.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
So what happens next?
We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day.
For the rest of the day? What if we hold the stiff in the freezer for now? It's already 21 hours. He would have to have the drawbridge lowered down. And then have it lowered down again with his return. Why don't we just hang out for the time being? It's already 21 when we go to sleep. Well deserved sleep, I'll steal some boots. And then tomorrow, he could haul off the body. What'll I do in the meantime?
Work on the case. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like this.
Exactly. An officer needs backup. I cannot be left alone this late at night.
I'll leave that choice to you.
Leave the choice to me, good.
Thing. Great work, detective.
We have his approval.
The word lingers in the air of the basement. Far away, ice cream makers are buzzing, and the sea wind blows outside.
I've actually got a little moisture forming in the corner of my eye right now, but that could just be the heat. Detective, and healed my morale.
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You can do side tasks and even the main case, but it might be more difficult. Plan his exit accordingly.
Okay. In that case, we shall move the body tomorrow. Tomorrow night, after a full day's investigation, and after retrieve some really cool boots. We've actually done something for Kim to be proud of after botching today so badly. Let's see this bullet. Handwritten note from fridge. I haven't looked at you yet. From the Ice Bear fridge.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper.
This wouldn't be the
magnets
password.
have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe.
Uno keeps stealing stuff from the studio. What's hiding where?
You find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Sully Swaff.
We have unplugged the frozen ice cream maker. Kim couldn't understand why. I figured I was doing the kindness for the electrical grid. Sediment memory? The illiterate ginger kid. Do you know, Kim, who that might be?
Really? You don't have a single guess?
You mean Kuno?
Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on the filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter.
Any idea where the frozen ice cream maker is? We've seen it. Bit of a memory, we have one. Who wrote the note?
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here.
Maybe it's because of the entity.
That's implausible.
But not impossible. Okay, what else have we not looked at? The white envelope. Had to be by Everard Clare. To find signatures on tomorrow. Okay, then bullet. That is mushroomed at impact.
The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCN stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, and date and location the bullet was found. Beside his orderly handwriting, the bullet looks especially sad, like a tiny, shriveled head of cauliflower.
What do I do with you, Bullet? Speak to me.
What?
I said, what do I do with you, Bullet?
Well, if I was the bullet, which I'm not, I would say find the weapon that shot me.
Good idea.
If we find who owns it, we will have likely found who used it, possibly to kill our victim.
I keep having to remind myself that by the time I came here to inspect the body was already after 4 days. Because at the back of my mind I'm always thinking, oh no, I'm missing a gun. What if it was my gun? But unless there's a hold in causality, I doubt my gun that went missing 3 days in the future, or 4 days in the future, caused a murder 4 days in the past.
In conclusion, the more we know about this bullet of yours, the better.
Feel the bullet?
The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold, even through the bag.
Inspect the bullet.
The jacket of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark grey core. The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in diameter.
Look at the jacket.
You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard. It's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged in the wound.
What can you say about the bullet so far?
Jacketed bullet, close to 5 millimeters diameter.
A jacketed bullet. Okay. It would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzleloader like those typically found on the streets of Martinez.
The guy was a mercenary, could have been his own gun. What if it was suicide? What if it wasn't to cover up for the hardy girl who killed in self-defense? But from what everyone says, a mercenary was acting a lot like Harry was. Eerily a lot like Harry. We had to put these people through the exact same thing they lived through 4 nights prior. But what if he actually did it? What if they actually did it, and they ended up with a dead mercenary body on their hands? They thought, opportunity, we could use this to get some attention or stir up something, maybe use it as a threat against Wild Pines. There's all sorts of reasons they might want to use a dead mercenary's body publicly.
Even the RCM uses ordinary injected conical bullets. This is strange. Very strange. I like this, officer. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating. We need to find the gun that shot it.
Is that why he likes me? He likes me and he puts up with me because strange means unique and he likes that?
Something tells you that won't be anytime soon. This'll have to be one of those epic tasks that's open for a while.
58% chance for hand-eye coordination. Determine the type of weapon that shot this. Gun. We have a similar rifle on hand. And I'm aware of the name of the antique rifle. Hand-eye coordination. I think it got some closer hand-eye coordination. Let me just make sure I'm not wearing it already. I am not. Who gives hand-eye coord? Is it Pence? Electrochemistry? Thought I did. Guess I don't. I guess I don't. But it's only a coin flip, but it's a coin flip that I can repeat. I could drink again. Some more Commodore Red. That does physique, but I think it's Motorix. No, yeah, Motorix for hand-eye coordination. And drinking does not improve my hand-eye coordination, who could have guessed? Okay, let me try the coin flip.
The bullet is still safely sealed away in a plastic bag.
Damn
You
it,
can't
morale.
remember what happened last week. What makes you think you're going to remember arcane firearm models?
That's alright, we'll sleep it off and try again in the morning. But while we're here, broken ice cream machine. Or old ice cream machine.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Crank it up.
You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. If you want to try again...
Equip the pry bar by...
But I turned this machine off. I unplugged it. You would think it started defrosting then. No bottles in here.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand.
The pry bar is not strong enough.
And an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Well, physical instrument at least I can boost. I feel like this is gonna kill me. I'm gonna try to open it, but the physical exertion is gonna give me a heart attack. Physical instrument. Okay, physical instrument. Physical instrument, tank top. And physical instrument is physique, so drinking would help here. But I won't. I've already taken one sip today.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer.
The minus 20
The
is
ice
so
around
strong.
it slowly melting.
Is there anything better then? On the pry bar there isn't. Speed bottle. Look at Motorix, Psyche. It could improve my psyche. Oh, do I want to start taking speed then? Do I want to listen to my electrochemistry dependence after all? And take speed more often? But I got nothing. I got nothing that could help me out here. I've already done a quick save. Try it.
Still. It has a hand.
Maybe I'll roll 2 6s.
And an electric. The ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You think you've got the bar jammed in there pretty well, but the lid simply won't budge. You see the pry bar's metal handle bending right before your very eyes.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it, but this ice cream maker is frozen shut. It takes an advanced tool to get it open.
What advanced tool? What kind of advanced tool?
I have no idea, officer. This ice cream maker isn't important enough to requisition a special tool.
Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool mighty enough. Then we will know what's in this mysterious ice cream maker.
Could I simply turn the crank? The machine is off.
Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur.
What if the act of turning the crank has done bad things for the preservation of the thing inside? I'm gonna reload because this is a very insignificant thing that applies to nothing at all, and I'm going to fail anyway.
This orange machine is
Fail.
the ice
Fail.
squeak
That's
you
fine.
see.
Yeah, well, I have no idea.
Sooner or later.
Just gonna void turn the crank. Alright, with that all done then. What time again was the... Dice maker is still waiting on. 8 hours. 14 plus 8 is 12. So, I could wait till after midnight. 3 hours from now. I have until what? Until 2 a.m. to get back to bed. So we could do some stuff until then. Can't speak to him. Could I pay for tonight's room?
Can I help you?
About my bill for tonight. Sacrifice
Got
my
the 20
monies.
real?
Yeah, we got it.
Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
But it's 10 experience each time, when most things can be 5. I could delay this case as long as I want to squeeze out a guaranteed 10 XP a
Take
night.
it easy on him. Deep down, he really hates being the guy who has to remind you.
Another thing. Great. I love those.
The phone line is dead?
Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers.
Is it true that there was foul play?
Who told you that?
Lena would never disclose my sources, that'd be dishonorable.
Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of arseholes around here who aren't murderers. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know so I can forward them the repair bill. Yes?
It.
Honorable One, you have accumulated a substantial amount of honor points on your life path. You are a man most virtuous.
There were honor points? Yeah, there were honor points. It's up to 5 now. 5 little honors peeking out between the sea of good cop, bad cop. There were honor points? I was being graded?
Of course there were honor points. Did you think no one was paying attention to all of your honorable deeds, Honorable One?
I only try my best. It's the most any of us can do. Hold your horses. It's a mistake. Honor is meaningless. I try my best, as anyone can.
The modesty on this one. Another 10 honor points for you, sir.
Was it? Oh, he lied.
You are on the fast track to becoming one of the rarest, most revered of all police officers, an honor cop.
Isn't honor some sort of archaic concept that my honor is my life? I don't want this. I really don't care about honor at all. Isn't honor... Honor is my life.
Yes, your deeds have spoken for you, Honorable One. But to fully drape oneself in an eternal cloak of honor, a ritual must be completed. A rite of honor.
A ritual of sitting on point degradations for 6 hours until I come to some thought that cements the point degradation.
Even among the honorable, only the most dignified are deemed worthy. But you O Honorable One, have excelled in honor.
Does that mean I'm going to get an honors degree in honor?
Honor comes from deep within you, and to truly know oneself, to know one's honor, one must reach deep within oneself and touch one's honor.
He's saying honor so much, it stops sounding like a word.
You need to bring the thumb of your right hand, your sword hand, to your rectum and stick it in there to form the Arch of Honors.
Are you mocking me, Authority? You think my voice of authority would be more supportive of this? What if someone comes and sees me? All I ever wanted to do was live with dignity, to die with honor, stick your thumb in your ass. You're crazy if you think I'm just gonna stick a finger in my ass. No way, not in public at least. What if somebody sees me?
Then they will witness honor so great, it seems nigh impossible a single man can contain it. They will admire you, Honorable One.
I feel like I should have ran off to my room first before completing this thought. Let's see where this takes me. All I ever wanted was to live with dignity.
What are you doing?
I am honoring myself, Lieutenant. Nothing, you wouldn't understand, it's an honor thing. Me, I'm doing nothing, Kim. Scratching my ass, what's the big deal? I'm honoring myself. Also, the incredulity in his voice.
Well, don't! Have you no self-control? Please spare me
Realizing
this
the
sight.
naivety of his question.
The lieutenant is a noble man, but he does not know honor like you and I do. Best not to waste time trying to explain. Lead by example. Congratulations, Honorable One. You have become a member of a noble faculty.
Yay.
A man kneels, an honor corps rises. Go forth and commit even more honorable deeds. And should your resolve ever waver, remember the right of honor. It will always cleanse a man's soul.
Oh, that's right, that reminds me. You gotta clean myself off too. I still got the stench of death on me.
Honor cop.
Thoughts gain. Overproductive honor gland.
Jamais vu. Derealization.
Alright, I was working on that too.
Jamais vu. The opposite of deja vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
+1 for every orb clicked. Every orb? It's not retroactive though. Could I go all throughout the rest of the world and click all the orbs again? For plus, oh my goodness, that's so much experience if I do. Is it actually a good one? Overproductive honor glands? -4 drama. Dishonorable to lie. Why do I feel like if I internalize this, it's gonna be a permanent drop to my drama? In every other case, every time the problem came with like a -2 logic, the solution cemented -1 logic, -1 visual calculus or -1 authority. -2 visual calculus was a problem, solution is -1 and -1. So, if overproductive honor glands gives me -4 drama, I'm scared. I am frightened. It's also only 20 minutes, so it's easier to test out. All the rest are like 3 hours or 6 hours, but this one, I could do a quick save, internalize it, by reading a book, because a book is like half an hour. And then if it's worse, I could pretend with my remaining drama that the outcome never actually happened and the choice was never made. See you in the morning. They were still here. Where are you going? We're still here.
Yes?
Well, I guess that's it. Just me alone now, me and my thoughts. Gregory already gave permission to reload? Yeah. And I was going to, I wouldn't say I was already going to. It's only in very certain situations.
This is not the cleanest bathtub in the world, but it's cleaner than you are right now.
Very specific circumstances of pettiness on my end. But for the most part, you know, want to roll with the punches.
Ah, that soap scum smell. It smells like life, at least compared to you.
Run a bath. Want to live forever the corpse smell, memento mori and all that. No, run the bath.
The bathtub slowly fills with water. The water beckons.
Undress, close my eyes, and submerge.
The water is only lukewarm, but still comforting. Like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up and down along your flanks, like sad duckies. You feel nice and lonely, and so tired.
Take the beer cans out. I am lonely. This is the only company I have. Leave them in.
The cans continue to bob, as do your thoughts, aimlessly splashing up against the sides of the tub.
Imagine something.
You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you.
Ugh.
It's going to take more than one bath to get rid of that stench.
And I'm sitting in it? I am sitting in the stew?
Then, houses along a narrow street. A video rental. Darkness on the planet's curvature.
Linger.
Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls as the water cools. The waterline recedes as you stand. You are cold now. Your clothes stick to your still moist skin.
Okay. I got myself a level up. Can't knock on Kim's door. Got myself a level up, so... I'm gonna test this. Test my overproductive honor glands. Internalize it. Read a book.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. It takes about half an hour to piece one together. AKA Leslie will the only way for Leslie to... You would think that threatening fines. It's plain to see from the files that good. He must have in the process. He came out, can't get out, which is also... Does that sound like a Rafaël something Costo to you, sir? Fine then. You've earned it.
Thought gang Detective Cousteau? Hold on. Forget the honor stuff. I could internalize Detective Cousteau.
Not much has changed in the... Overproductive on the glands.
First, how bad is this?
Here it is. It's titled Honor for the Brave and goes, I have no family. I make honor my family. I have no home. I make bravery my home.
Bravery doesn't keep me warm at night.
I have no desire. I make dignity my desire. I have no friends. I make humility my friend. I have no enemy. I make dishonor my enemy. This is my vow of honor for the brave. I am brave. Something like that. It's not the words that matter. It's the honor.
Okay, so what's the penalty? Plus 25 honor points, and learning cap for authority raised to 5. Okay, that's actually not so bad. That's not bad at all. I was frightened by the -4 for drama. So I get all my drama points back. But Detective Cousteau, how are you hiding away all this time? -2 conceptualization for the idiotic idea. But Rafaël Ambrosius Cousteau was born from my conceptualization. This should be a bonus to it? A permanent bonus to all of my stats? Detective Rafaël Ambrosius Cousteau. When you say it, it feels like you're taking a bite out of lemon meringue while sitting on a terrace of a seaside cafe on a cool summer day. In sous la clef, it is everything you are not. You haven't created many things during your stay in Martinique, but you created this. A fancy, sophisticated name that makes you sound intelligent. Makes me sound intelligent is gonna be -1 to all my intelligence stats. And that no one seems to acknowledge. Don't you feel like you deserve a reward for coming up with something so special? And what would that reward be? I'm frightened, but I cannot test it, for I have no more skill points to spend. But at least I know how to unlock it. And that is a true reward. Honor Cop is alright, but the real prize was discovering that I have a means to permanently solidify and eternalize a Detective Cousteau personality. And considering that these skill checks have been giving myself a lapse on deciding who exactly Mr. Harry Rafaël is, more fuel for the fire is going to be great.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn
Still
branches
not time.
scrape the glass like bony fingers.
But it's a white check and it's not impossible. Morale critical? Oh. If it's morale again, I guess I never looked out the window after all. So, do I talk to you guys with a bullet in hand but no Kim? Also, the kitchen door is still open, so if I want to steal the boots, I don't have to wait until morning to get the gunk off them. Assuming that the freezer doesn't solidify the flesh to the boots. Or even better, doesn't allow the material to get stuck to the boots.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding over the freezing corpse hidden inside its belly.
I remove the boots again.
The body is reluctant to let go of the boots, as though it were its last bit of dignity.
I feel like if I left the body out in the open, it'd be easier to explain to Kim, oh darn it, somebody must have taken the boots. But here in the freezer where we've hidden it, how many people are going to check the freezer in the basement, in the belly of a red-eyed glowing bear?
Whatever you're planning to do, you need to do it before you catch pneumonia in the cold draft coming from deep inside the fridge.
Okay, different situation this time. Right boots.
It's not completely useless. You're able to reveal a little more of the putrid polymer sock beneath the boot.
Left boot.
It feels like the leg is going to come off along with the boot, but you're able to get the boot to move a centimeter or two. See? The corpse doesn't care if you try to take his boots. He doesn't need them. He's probably glad to get rid of them.
Adjust his seating position, or twist the boot off one by one. It should be okay to move the body. We moved the body here, and it's currently in the fridge, so it's not going to fall apart if I try to move it. But if I try to move it, it might make it easier.
He's too heavy to move by yourself. A great mass of dead muscles, with hoarfrost covering his milky eyes.
I might have made this more difficult by moving him to the fridge first. Twist off the boots one by one.
This is the right method. It takes some time, but eventually the boots come off, with nasty slices of polymer sock stuck to even bigger pieces of skin and rotting flesh.
I really should have done this then, before moving it to the fridge, just so I could have some plausible deniability. The missing boots, well that was, that's the local kids, it's Kuno-Essie, it's scavengers. The raw legs now, well, that's predation. That's the animals around here, or maybe the kids who pulled the boots off.
Not good. Let's pin this on the bear. The ice bear tore up his legs with its claws. As for the boots, you can't possibly do anything with them until you've cleaned and disinfected them thoroughly.
Why are you getting the boots this badly? Because I'm ruining the corpse. This is the second time that I'm taking this opportunity, but getting so many, getting so many doubts about this. Like, if it was around the time of the initial investigation, then sure, we can make a note of the damage in our report. But this is post-report damage. It's gonna be a discrepancy. Pin this on the bear. Ice bear tore up his legs. Nobody's gonna buy that.
Yes, these absolutely need to be washed before. The stink is incredible. Didn't the Whirling have a kitchen?
The Whirling has a kitchen, but I got a bathtub. Why not just use a bathtub? Alfred asked Batman, "What's a hit tub?" Don't smell these boots. Don't even think about them. Unless it's to think about how you're going to get them clean. For now they're unsellable, unwearable, and just downright disgusting. Nobody pay any attention to the man in the kitchen smelling of putrefying flesh. Oh no. That's not the sink. That's the borscht.
This industrial gas-powered stove has been used to prepare food for many hungry hostel guests. There are several pots and pans on hand.
Have I gotta boil this first? Full-on vulture culture?
Getting the corpse residue out of these boots is going to require patience, and also a huge pot full of boiling water, soap, and white vinegar.
Check out the cleaning supplies.
There is a variety of soaps and bleaches in the cabinet to the left of the stove. There is also a bottle of white vinegar in the cabinet next to the fridge.
These boots are really disgusting. Pour some dish soap and the bottle of white vinegar into the pot.
The delicious smells of cheap soap and vinegar waft up from the pot. Alright now, chef. Light up the stove and boil them.
The cookware.
A commercial pot draws your attention. It's very large, gigantic even. It could be used to make enough stew to feed an entire city, and also to boil a putrid pair of death boots.
This is such a terrible idea.
Far away, in the darkness of a makeshift morgue, behind Station 41's Lazarus, Dr. Nix Gottlieb cuts into the cold, dead feet of a murder victim. The veins are oddly black. He suspects a neurotoxin.
Add water and the boots to the pot. Bring it all to a nice boil.
The strong smell of vinegar forces you to step away from the pot. The water slowly comes to a boil. Strips of polymer fabric and human tissue separate from the lining of the boots. They float to the bubbling surface.
Gorgeous.
A two-course dinner of rotten flesh and hardened ceramic. The boots look cleaner and cleaner. Those bits of human flesh are beginning to look cooked. You could smell it too.
You know, if I throw this flesh out, somebody's gonna pick into the garbage and be like, alright, karage.
Just like beef stew.
Or beef stew.
That's it, chef. The boots are as clean as they're going to get. Steam dense with the smell of strange meat disappears into the vent above the stove.
Dump the sock and the flesh stew. Examine your new boots.
A pair of real beauties. The boots are shiny, hot, and reek of vinegar. Just perfect.
Master Chef out. Was this worth it? Was this worth this horrible crime? +2 authority. But less composure, knowing that I'm sitting in a dead man's shoes. And all I had to go through for these.
You look down at the white ceramic sabatons hugging your arches and calves, surprised at how well they fit.
You didn't take the boots, Supa? If you decide to replay and take the boots, I fully recommend doing it while the body is still fresh outside. I don't think it makes a difference overall, but I just feel like mentally that maybe it's better if you have plausible deniability before or after you make the initial report. Because if it's outside, right? There's lots of things could happen. People could take the boots outside. I'm pretty sure that I'm setting myself up for failure if I stay in this universe, but I'm gonna roll with this. I'm gonna stay in this universe.
Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away, as the plates reorient to your motions.
How is Kim gonna accept this? Kim has been an absolute peach about putting up my idiosyncrasies. He's said he's had worse cops than me to work with, but after this, I don't know. How many cops have butchered a corpse's legs to get to boots that are evidence? I will be responsible with this. This to protect me from harm, not to show off. Decked out in future armor like a cop ought to be. Or discard the thought. Is this gonna be points towards superstar cop or boring cop? Because it feels to me like superstar cop and boring cop. Nah, future cop armor like a cop ought to be.
The hardened, vitreous enamel, at once sleek and light, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. Just imagine what a full suit of this stuff could do for you.
And hey, this means that on stream we should be able to get the full armor of Disco Elysium.
You really do feel more confident. Invulnerability does that. Even partial invulnerability.
Every other piece of armor was already scavenged. One bit's tossed into the sea, but everything else is like picked off by everyone else. The boots were going to be the biggest obstacle, I think. So the rest should just be timing, waiting for the rest to fall into my lap. I want the full suit. I've already decided to get the full suit. Could I my pockets with cash? Could. I could sell it. If I sell it and it's not on me, then who's to say I'm the one who took it, Kim? I haven't got it on my person, I simply have an extra 50 real. The long sought after enemy technology. I can't just enjoy it. I must study it.
Remember, this is a highly specialized kinetic redistributor meant to stop bullets. Wear it. Observe its properties. See if there's a weakness in the design. For the day you have to fight someone covered in the same material.
I haven't got a full read on my half-light.
You see a heavy steel door. The door doesn't.
Someday key. And now everyone is going to talk about how amazing the stew tastes. There, I got boots.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
I've got boots, new boots, 58% chance for the boots. But Kim isn't here. I feel like Kim needs to be here to take notes. But I've gone and chose to take a bath, and so he went away. And I can't knock at his door and say, hey Kim, could you come on out? Actually, I need your help for something. I can just do this without him, but he's my partner. I want him to be there to take notes and see what happens, and to be the adult in the room, because I definitely need the adult in the room.
The door is...
Pry bar doesn't give you options, which is fine. Traumatize that girl much enough. Anybody else to talk to? Nobody else here? And it is after 10:30, so lorry drivers are probably all in bed. Yeah, they're all gone. Is anybody still up? Maybe one's still up. And that one might be more suspicious. You're still up. Why are you still up when everyone else has gone to sleep?
The woman is still hunched over the railing.
Huh? What is it? What do you want?
Nothing special for her being out at night.
What do I need drugs for?
The woman swayed.
Okay. Lorry drivers are of no help to me. And all the scabs have gone to bed. Mañana is gone until mañana. I could take this time to read through some more case files. Reclaim the Detective Cousteau thoughts. I probably should, because I do need to claim my dice. Locked. Locked. He's almost got a thought. Okay, gotta kill. Midnight should be long enough. So I'm gonna reach to myself a few case files, play my dice, and then go to bed.
It's the ledger you found in it. It takes about half an hour. AK at Leslie.
Listen already.
The only way for Leslie. You would think that. Threatening. Fine. It's plain to see from the good. He must have it in the process. The ledgers. He came at us. Can't get out of which is all. Does that sound like a Rafaël?
Claim the Rafaël identity.
You've earned it.
Next road mural, also read already. Square bullet hole murders, read you, and you. So, just gotta click through these really quickly.
Cause the true people call the Graffito crew is easy to track down. The case file, the crew agreed the 9,000 people subjected to the mural, a staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it.
Middle class not to blame human nature.
Were a loud minority.
Other nations.
And that love truly is possible in any case. It appears to have been a rare case of civil. It would be. That's all you got. Who knows? Don't worry. One day you may still catch the man with the square gun.
Okay. Those are all the ones you read the first time through before I died of a heart attack reading a postcard.
Not much has changed.
Is it midnight enough yet to get 36? Maybe you could pass some time asking her about the previous tenants.
Again. Are you looking for a die?
More questions about the building.
I'm listening.
The mannequins.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came.
Insect rights activists?
Mm-hmm. The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket.
Unless overhead too high, they had to close.
And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
I'm glad someone took care of the little guys. I like insects. But insects don't have any brains or feelings. Got what they deserved. Making clothes out of beetle wings is a terrible idea. On it along.
Really? Anyway.
Poor guy. Suddenly, you get a feeling that insects are important to the case somehow. It's hard to say why.
Midnight 30, 6 more minutes. Stuffed animals, you saw mounts?
You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs. Anything else?
That took no time. Rollerblades and skis?
They were made by a company called Slipstream.
1 minute passed, 5 more.
From making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
What do these transmissions say? That's illegal, running off the company's money like that. Oh yeah, we can't solve all the crimes of the world. What do the transmissions say?
The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns. The slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those keys and blades are still lying around in the house.
Oh, fair weather. Detective Cousteau's just waiting for me. All it's waiting for is 51 more points of experience. Fairweather T500 could also be internalized. Oh, I have a thought for you too. -1 savoir faire for the hard move and takes 3.5 hours. Really hurts to punch armor, sword couldn't even leave a scratch. Bullet will bounce right off, still. Must be some flaw in it, would allow you to stand your ground against dangerous enemies in this technology. Against this dangerous enemy technology. Just have to figure out what it is. Possibly by beating yourself while wearing it, shooting yourself. Is that my -1 savoir faire? Okay, well, that seems interesting. But I do want Detective Cousteau. We've also got magnesium-based life form, overprotective honor glands, and rigorous self-critique. And a whole bunch of other stuff we haven't seen yet. Hobocop we could have done. Inexplicable feminist agenda. Apocalypse. Indirect modes of taxation. Where are my indirect modes of taxation? Where's my ability to use these forms on my clipboard to levy fines against people? Corrupt fines. I need my money. Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous is on... Ooh. 50% off. Hint, hint. Wait. Is a Steam summer sale ongoing right now? I've been looking at Steam for the past few weeks because it's been hot as summer. I don't care if the calendar doesn't say it's summer or not. If it's hot, it's summer. But there wasn't any summer sale yet. I'll take a look then. I've been waiting for it. Suicide of Krasmazov. Precarious world, there's so much in here. What about the gym?
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club. A community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
Who was Artemitep?
A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back.
Maybe that is what Kuno needs, a community-centric boxing club.
Kuno? Who's Kuno?
He's a king around here. The little ginger gremlin who likes to defile dead bodies. Who is Kuno, philosophically speaking? The little gremlin.
Oh, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth? Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard.
3 hours ago? Excellent.
I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid.
How did the community project turn out? Judging for the kids I've met so far, didn't really work, did it? How'd it turn out?
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
So sadly
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
Okay, one more minute. There used to be a hair salon around here.
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
They're lost.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad. It's not about the haircut. It's about the confidence.
What's wrong with a bit of experimenting? The customer should have been more open-minded. I would never let anyone androgynous touch my hair. We are definitely not going for the gammon Harry style. Simple man. What is wrong with experimentation? Or electrochemistry, is that the go by this guy's all about? The experimentation?
I guess it just wasn't the time yet.
Okay. It is midnight 36 on the dot. Let me get a little more time over. On the building's intercom, but it's not working.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
Telling me that the doorbell with the empty name card is yours, the rolling in rags is a part of the same building complex.
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom. Albeit, I doubt that anyone responds.
No, they don't.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the doomed commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
Telling me the doorbell with the empty name card is yours.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet.
And East Delta Pinball shares a building with the whirling. There are pinball machines which can't play. We can't play those.
Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however.
Not surprised, because the kids these days want their massively multiplayer online radio computer games.
My advice? Don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, fluorography, trick track, especially pinball.
Kids these days with their trick tracks.
Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
Okay, where's the dice? Where is the option to claim my dice? Is it a time yet? $14 plus 8. Wait, that's times 8, not plus. Is 22. 22. So it should have been available to pick up a long time ago. Where is my dice woman?
It's you again. Are you looking for a die? I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can only produce one die per customer.
It said wait 8 hours. It's been 8 hours. I had the money. I'd taken my time. Fine. I'll come back tomorrow then. Wait a tick though. The bookshop is closed. What happens if I try to leave from the bookshop entrance? Come back tomorrow. Doesn't even try it, doesn't say it's locked, he's too polite. They're closed, come back tomorrow. Is it? Tropico DLC's discounted. I did enjoy myself in Tropico 6. And I am keen on returning to it. To explore some DLC at some point. Alright, so there's no Kim right now. No Kim. Everyone else is asleep. Maybe I'll take these boots off before Kim and I see each other in the morning. Although he's going to see me put those very same boots back on. Party boys are gone. Still haven't found a tape to play. So let me give myself a bedtime story. Bedtime story to kill some time, then we'll go to sleep. Because there's still one more case file I haven't read.
Found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from it takes about half an hour to piece one together.
Two we haven't
Using the
read,
system
okay.
you've devised. Which one do you want?
We'll go to bed by like 1:30 or so. Couch in an unexpected location.
Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it.
No.
In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it.
They look like assholes. They look really cool like models. They look really cool like a rock band.
Yes, as you said here, insufferable rock and roll assholes. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever
Same
it
thing.
was. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved.
Did I catch him? No, but case is solved, who cares?
No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next?
Dang, Harry was a square. We have to embrace being Rafaël. Murder at the hookah parlor.
Murder. Tum 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 at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead. Of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor.
Wait, how?
Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder at the hookah parlor.
Fine. On to the murder.
Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve. Was doing it solo. Said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister. Was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had.
Have I played Pillars of Eternity 2, Dead Fire? I haven't played either Pillars of Eternity. From what I've seen from everyone else's conversations, they get super absorbed into it. At least I think so. There's PoE, and PoE can mean one of two different series, can't it? One of those series, they get super absorbed in like a whole web of a black hole that sucks them in. But no, the only game of that style that I played was Tyranny, which from what I understand is pretty similar, but Pillars of Eternity itself, 1 or 2, I haven't. Was Joseph Mills a good cop?
No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too.
Oh no.
The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey.
Oh.
Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about.
Go on.
Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day.
Can you get high off it?
No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything.
Cool.
Yeah, really lame. So anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there. Only client that day. In perfect health, too. Some kind of movie producer. No one enters, no one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular.
Path of Exile, that's right. It's always Pillars of Eternity, Path of Exile.
Nothing. Just sucking on the hookah.
And I think what people talk about the most.
15:45. Then bam, he's dead on the floor with his skull busted open, blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be?
stroke? Too many smokes, fell down dead, cracked his head?
Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin, movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it.
It's
Nothing
2 a.m.
fits. Eerie.
I haven't stood up
Man
until 2
just
a.m. and stayed
dropped
up.
dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Table's low, heavy, really sharp edge.
I thought these take half an hour, not a whole hour. He sucked hookah, stood up, passed out, hit his head at the table, and died?
See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom.
He must have sucked a lot of it then.
Yeah, he liked his hookah. Stephen was his name.
What was he doing for 6 hours?
Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was Murder at the Hookah Parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed, piecing it together. Next.
No, that's it. That's all my
Not
files.
much has changed.
Okay, it's 2 in the morning. It hasn't forced me to sleep. I don't know how the timing mechanic is strict on that or not. But it's 2 a.m. He wakes up on the dot on 7:30 because he's made a vow. So I'm gonna get so little sleep. Let's go to bed.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it.
Also, there is so much tar right here that I could sell. Go to sleep.
The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself.
Got a bit loud there.
You're not cooperating, brother man. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it.
It's late June,
Your
it's hot.
belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
I'm sorry, cells. It's all me. It's my fault. It's the system's fault. The system's failed me. Well, who fed his electrochemistry so badly? This body's worthless anyway. No one does anything nice to it. Me most of all. It's all my fault, cells. I am sorry, Cop.
Now, you're finally thinking about something other than yourself. Let's see how far that'll get you.
These are my just desserts. I would endure this pain with dignity, honor cop style. And what is this? I was on the express to Zero home. I'm an artist, and liver damage is my art. I think I need medical attention. He does. The station lazarette has given up on me. But at the very least, this guy needs medical attention, bit of therapeutic care.
Oh yes, they'll check you out, give you some pills, make it all okay. The Wonder Makers.
Don't be stupid, Harry. It's not happening. They don't make new kidneys and livers in hospital. All you've got to do is pray to God it passes and stare at the flickering darkness.
Sudden thought, if I internalize Detective Cousteau, will my internal self refer to me as Rafaël?
You're just stuck here in the half-world. Could try looking at other people, really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
Just get me out of here then. Back to the other place, I will. I'm looking at people all the time, I like them. Human beings will always betray you. I like people. Some of them are scum, so many are misinformed, but at the end of the day, the human heart is a kind one. Look, I'm sticking with that despite how much I've seen in my life. It is still fundamentally true. It's like dogs. You gotta breed dogs and train dogs to be bad dogs. But otherwise, dogs are nice. People are puppies.
Sure you do. They're all so friendly, aren't they?
At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears, full of secrets. People are beautiful, statuesque, parodies and tragedies of themselves. A great democracy of creatures.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
My eyes to more dreams, to day 3. Fully healed. And looking so pitiable. Is he gonna get up? Oh, he's gonna get up. Would have been nice if he sat there waiting for me to do an input. Because it was just about time for me to take a 2-hour break. And knock on Kim's door.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned
We
with the
could fix the
expression.
faucet? Electrochemistry impossible. Stop the expression from happening. I know the origin. I recited the poem. I don't want to fix the expression. I want to keep it on my face. I didn't realize I could fix the faucet. Gart might appreciate it if I don't run up his water bill too badly.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
28%.
In it, your face, adorned.
I've got the
with
gloves on,
expression.
so interfacing is as high as it's going to be. Damage morale, really?
As you attempt to twist the
Really?
faucet into
We're trying to
place.
fix a faucet?
Well,
Ah, that's what I get for
one
being
thing
nice.
sure, you've probably never been a plumber.
Well, in either case, it's about that time to take a BRB. I'm gonna be right back. And then, I think what I'll do is have that be the final push for the day. The next 2-hour block, because my BF wants to go out somewhere today. So it's not gonna be as long. I'm gonna give this another good 2 hours, but first, I shall be back. Back to the start of day 3. Start of day 3, and already off to a good start. Mr. loses a point of morale, trying to be nice and fix the plumbing. Lesson learned. Never be nice again. Kim? Where's my buddy? Where's my partner? He's downstairs, right? And hopefully he hasn't gone to check the body yet. Oh, new people that I can talk to. Where's Kim? Good morning. Who are you?
The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you.
Oh no.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
A patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant.
Oh, so they are my subordinates, or at least my inferiors. Hold on, patrol officer of the RCM.
Yes, I am.
I'm on a murder investigation. Are you the cavalry?
I'm definitely not the cavalry.
I'm a cop too.
I know.
Here's the real deal.
It's hard to tell whether he's sarcastic or sincere, but if you had to guess, you would say the lieutenant is being sarcastic.
Is everything alright? Why don't you want to talk to me?
I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you?
Have I wronged you? I've done that a lot to people. It's cool to see another cop. I thought Kim and I were the only ones. I don't know why. I'm just trying to do my best. I'm a deeply flawed individual, but I bring joy to the world. Just do this by the book. Why? I bring word of the end to come. Let's not go unhinged on the third day. This is a new Rafaël. We woke up in the morning and first thing we did was try to do some good in the world. We tried to fix a sink, and already that effort has exhausted our mental state. I'm a deeply flawed individual, but I bring joy to the world.
Do you now?
Achievement unlocked. Hyper-stellar law official. Say 7 deranged superstar lines. That's deranged? I thought that was being nice. Okay. I'm a deranged superstar cop.
Something changes in her. It's pity. Pity comes over her.
Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want?
What does one talk about with a fellow officer?
What precinct are you from?
What precinct?
Am I from? God, he doesn't know.
Fucking deranged lunatic.
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation. Maybe you're doing something wrong.
You're police? Cool, so am I.
I don't know what to say.
They're so exasperated in the basking in my presence.
Don't say anything, Judith.
Is he the police?
Me? No. I'm just a man with sunglasses. I like wearing sunglasses inside. Sunglasses and a fucking wig.
Sunglasses and a wig. He can't be incognito given he's in uniform and with another cop. What are you, the police, doing here? Am I blowing their cover? Is that it?
I'm just looking out for...
You?
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
A policewoman. A horse-faced woman. That's the worst. A policewoman.
Yes. A policewoman who just wants to do her job. That's all.
They sent them to keep an eye on me.
Something about the man with sunglasses and you. The energy between you two is making her uncomfortable.
Okay.
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
You look like shit, asshole. I don't look like shit. It's intentional. The last couple of days have been rough, doesn't matter. It's what's on the inside that does. I'm never gonna get this case solved. It's been a rough last couple of days, but we're making progress now.
Oh, don't be so modest. We're looking at several months worth of damage here. Kind of a miracle you're still up and at it, to be honest.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It's not just this week. What do you want?
Okay, so this guy is cool. He stands there like a statue, an angry statue, and he does not like you.
I want a bit of extra cash, please. Kim, who's this guy? There's something strange about this guy, figure it out. Questions from a cop. I'm wearing my esprit de corps clothes, I should be good on this one.
You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other. Just ask him.
Tell me the truth, do you know me from somewhere?
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
From where? From another life?
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the... To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality?
For the 41st. We're 41st.
Okay. That's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere. Somewhere good.
Let's talk about this hypothetical Station 41 you mentioned.
Okay.
Okay, doing a lot of heavy lifting for the hypothetical 41, you had to fantasize about that. I'm not busy, you're not busy, let's play around. What would a relationship be?
Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment?
Seem like a bit of a drag, no offense, I could do better. Kim's cooler than you. Seem like a cool guy, I'd love to have him as my partner. Build more rapport with Kim.
I'm sure he's fucking flattered. But Kim is not part of the thought experiment. In this one, we're partners.
Okay.
The lieutenant is silent.
Silent with pride. You're a cool guy. Not as cool as Kim, but you seem cool enough.
Would you now, or would I be cramping your style? Never mind. Partner.
Okay, probably you would cramp my style then.
Oh god, I'd hate for that to happen. You know what might help prevent that though?
No, yes. Me doing my fucking job and not pestering anymore? No, tell me.
You doing your fucking job.
Do you have a crime to solve?
Oh no. You see, I enjoy watching other better cops solve crimes. And let me tell you, it's been quite a privilege seeing you work.
This isn't helping.
They are my babysitters. Who else is in our imaginary police station?
You're not going to believe this, but... police officers.
What?
Yes, sir. Solving crimes, locking up bad guys, and get this, and not getting that drink on at 2 o'clock. Just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Long.
The far-out son of Long?
Oh, it's you eccentric genius. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, it has to be you.
Tell me more about him or her.
Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I say, it's just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lang.
Am I? Maybe that's why I dragged myself into such a stupor, to get into my deep undercover role.
He's trying to protect you from further rough handling, dished out by this sunglassed man. Okay, yes, you get the joke. Leave it at that.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
It's a mere second, but it feels like you saw something. A gram of compassion in that sadness.
Okay. Got some questions for you, McCop.
About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like?
A prophet? A revolutionary? A sack of shit? A megastar? Like William Le. He's gonna cut us off like, not fucking William Le Million. I gotta take that. Like a man down on his luck, I'm trying real hard here, man. In my shabby clothes, my viscera-covered gardening gloves, and my, I got the clippers on. Not the plastic bag. Like William Le...
No! You will not start blabbering about that asshole.
He didn't answer your question.
He knows me. Now would he answer some questions for me? Don't you have to?
No, he doesn't.
If I wasn't clinically depressed, I'd burst out laughing. But I'm gonna go with no right now.
If you don't want to answer questions, maybe you want to hear me say things.
Actually, I don't want to hear you say things.
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you say things.
Hear that? He wants you to say things. Say one. Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
Okay. Underneath this investigation, turns out he was shot and hanged.
You think he was hanged as a cover-up? To hide the shooting?
Basically, yes.
Okay, well...
Why am I telling you this?
I don't know. Why are you?
Who knows why we do the
Yield
things we do.
morale.
Somehow, bouncing those ideas off the man with sunglasses felt calming. Like you've done it before.
Maybe he was my partner in my past life as Harry.
Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it?
I'll come back when I
Watch
get
out
more information.
for yourself, loser.
That voice, so very familiar. Did you hear it when calling to your station and reporting your badge missing?
Smell you later, loser. It's Gary Oak.
Oh really? I wonder where.
I lost my badge recently. When I called in to report it missing, you were there.
That's the where you remember me from?
Yes, I hadn't seen him before, maybe. Had a bit of memory trouble.
You don't say. Goodbye then. The voice thing was a coincidence. Run along, asshole.
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right?
Super weird, kind of weird. Perfectly normal, or discarded. Super weird.
There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at. But still.
Think of the same thing, ask him if we're at the same station. We might be.
Yes, just cross it off the list. It's probably not true, though.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
He might be wearing a disguise.
Look, I just have to ask. Are we from the same police station?
I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say?
Okay. Yeah, probably not. I don't remember you from anywhere. Okay.
Okay?
Jean, he said okay. Give it a rest.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent, something of that kind. Not a cop. Go on with your cop work. Don't let me stop you again.
Because I do got cop work to do. Let me spill the beans with Kim to get my boots on. Okay, Kim hasn't noticed my change of boots. Let me see then. Authority is at 7. It is at a remarkable mighty 7. I could also add some more points for my thoughts. What else do I have? All the way up, little tiny bar. Ethicus was 2, -2 conceptualization takes 2.5 hours. 20 minutes, which isn't actually all that bad. The result that it gives, but space is a premium. Fair weather, 10,500. Some other time. I want to become Detective Cousteau. And it's only 2.5 hours of conceptualization. Okay, give me a point. I'm going to become Detective Cousteau. William le Million. Lonely, some kind of superstar to Mazovian social. Does it matter what it zooms out to? Probably not. But what if there is some measure of like synergy between thoughts? No. That'd be cool, but that'd be really in depth. Is there? I don't know.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
I found a bullet in the hangman's head. Coin flip for authority if I talk about the bullet first.
A bullet, you say? That's mighty curious.
Indeed, mighty. How did it get there?
Well, there are so many bullets in the world, and so many heads. I guess it's only logical. At some point, one of them bullets had to end up in one of them heads.
It's bound to happen again, you know? Just statistically speaking, of course.
Sire, it would be an event most dramatic if you were to produce the bullet and dangle it before their very eyes.
Dangle it? Then ask you again, why was this in the victim's head? Hanging, cover up for the shooting. Did you guys shoot him? Don't worry. Be dramatic. Why was this in the victim's head?
Wow! He's got it in a real evidence bag and all!
Why don't you go home and log it into evidence? These men have told you what happened.
I think the hanging was a cover-up.
You know what I think? I think he was shot in the head as a kid, and his brain grew around the bullet.
Around the bullet, man. That's a good one.
All the goofing around is to avoid lying. It's a technique. They're only pretending to enjoy this. Beneath the act, they don't like you knowing this.
Did you guys shoot him? Were you guys the one?
Shit! I probably did shoot him. I was drunk last night. You guys know me when I'm drunk.
Yeah, Glenn likes to shoot his guns when he's drunk. Better hope he stays sober.
No, he meant before he was hanged. Did you shoot him before you hanged him?
Before? After? During? This is getting ridiculous. They told you what happened. Stop wasting your time.
Alright, I got my boots on. What if I take one more attempt?
It's not like he blew it wide open, but there's a little crack in there somewhere.
Oh, there we go. Strange reaction to the bullet. Another +1. And then I lose yet another 28% chance for failure. Come on, 72. It claims to be high.
As you look around this
Finally!
room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco. Does this look familiar?
Or have I seen this before?
You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with, almost exclusively, men. Sitting on desks, talking shit and wasting time. You seen Apricot, old Purdue's daughter? Asked Lieutenant McCoy. Replies Torson. The ass on that one. McCoy shakes his head in appreciation. A bit strange the old man named her Apricot, but, I mean, who am I to judge? Wanna hit the kebab joint?
I get it. Titus, you guys are the real authority around here.
Huh?
You must be. You're just like cops. Drinking beer and sitting around with your dicks in your hand.
You got a problem with beer now?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
No, I'm drunk on the job too. I don't give a shit, just like you guys. No, I'm also a big fan of beer and jerking off instead of helping people. I have a beer problem, but not a problem with beer. I also have no idea how to do my job, just like you. I feel like it's one or two. Either way, I'm needling them. I'm eroding their authority to assert my own.
You saying we don't help people? I've been doing this job for 10 years. Martinez was a dump before we put this outfit together.
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere.
Not graffito.
You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Congratulations on the graffito removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink that. One more push, quick.
Don't let him have the beer?
Just don't antagonize him. You have this already.
Not about who did it, it's about the victim. She needs help. Someone's been raped. She needs counseling. We need to talk to her. I've asked this before. Why are you hiding the victim? That, I feel, is taking the antagonistic approach. She needs help, or she needs counseling. Help her counseling, help her counseling. She needs help.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You want to help her, cop? Fine.
Cool.
I'm gonna let you help her, but you treat her with respect.
Don't be Sylvie.
If you don't, If you question her, harass her. A freight train of pain, buddy.
What is her name?
Glacia. I'm on due.
New person?
She's staying here, the whirling in rags. A real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit. Blonde. That's I'm on due.
Oh wait, is that the one?
You.
Oh, that's the upstairs neighbor then. I thought that was Sylvie.
Shit. The girl. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop.
Extra good reason that we didn't hit on her the first day.
Oh, it's her! It's definitely her! It's Miss Oranje, disco dancer!
Class? Oranje disco dancer, composure? Low. Red check. Don't remember being a cop. Don't remember reality. And I can't change my clothes to composure clothes. Classy.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it, we're all out of the way.
Tall. 2 rooms over from yours.
Is it just gonna break each time until I take this hit? Disco dancer?
Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
Cool, keep my cool. I said class.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers are fidgeting and sweat starts forming on your brow as Titus looks at you oddly.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing. We just have a few more questions. Then we'll be on our way.
Whatever you do, do not tell him you know her. That would sound off, calm, normal. Try to forget this little hiccup.
There is no relationship with a mercenary. When was that? What was your relationship with her? I think, haha, I know her. Start with him. Take it off me, put it on him. What was your relationship with her?
I know her.
How well do you know her?
A small twitch in the corner of Kim's mouth. He has a hunch about what knowing means.
Well enough, Copper. We partied. She's been here for a few months.
He tries to make it sound real casual, but the muscles on his neck tighten.
A few months? She's not from around here.
You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Oranje disco dancer is an immigrant or a drifter of some sort. Been staying over here over the winter.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all.
Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
Titus gives them both a look. They fall silent. What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it.
So, what was her relationship to the mercenary then? Now, listen to suggestion. You party. Cool. But what do you mean?
What do you think I meant?
Sex. Drugs. Karaoke. Sex, drugs, and karaoke. Avoid his gaze on drugs, but sex, just stare into his eyes.
Yeah, pretty much.
The two of you were close?
No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after. So put your dick away.
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna get for now.
Trying to act all hard and cool because he's really broken-hearted, is that it?
He's doing a good job here. A commendable performance of I don't give a shit.
Okay, so the mercenary then.
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her. That's their relationship.
And that's why I avoided opening with that.
Something is off here. His anger is possessive.
Was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
And when was this incident?
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
It would help if we establish a timeline.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know. I need another beer.
Here you go, boss.
Okay, so we'll finish this up later.
Remember what I said. Freight train of pain.
So, now we got to talk to her upstairs, but we've also got the lock open because it's day 3. I thought this is gonna be the day we go across the canal lock, but now we got other stuff to do too. Okay, Kim, ignore these boots. Ignore these boots, Kim. Keep your thoughts to yourself for now. Okay, Kim, what's up?
Officer, what was that?
The sweating and the fidgeting when you mentioned her name.
Yes.
And the sort of quivering jello thing with the eye.
Yes.
I think I know that woman.
The victim? Is there something I should know before we talk to her?
Whatever you do, don't say the first thing.
Oh my goodness. I met her in the hallway after I woke up. She knows I didn't remember being a cop. Is that it? So we can choose all of them? We met her, she knows I didn't remember, and that's it.
Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday.
And she knows I don't remember being a cop.
Okay, that's manageable.
But if I say that, with all my sweating and nervousness, that's gonna be more evidence that I did, but we never did, so that's it.
This is unprofessional. Not sharing information with me is unprofessional.
But I am sharing information with you. I'm being very upfront about this as soon as we found out who the victim was.
His opinion of you has lowered considerably.
Fine, and then I won't tell you next time. Except I still will. So what is this thought giving me again? This thought is giving me -2 to conceptualization. Maybe I do want some imagination. I'm going to be interviewing a witness to this whole thing. So kill some more time, or maybe cross the bridge now. But first, there are dice that are waiting for me to claim. What if I unplug the fridge first? Body in the fridge, and then unplug it. To make the boots easier to remove, and then plug it back in?
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Yes, give me my die.
Very good. That will be 7 real for 1 custom die.
Standard anti-revolve die. Cool.
1 universal die for Wirral Untethered.
It feels icy. Just holding this die in your hand sends a jolt of cold down your spine. Through the dark resin, you can make out a nugget of bone hewn from an alligator's jaw.
Cool. That's my goal from last night done. So now we are back on track. So how about we picked up an extra thought that implied we could ask for more stuff with the... is it Joyce on the boat? Going to ask her more about this world we live in. Probably won't take a whole 2 hours, but it will kill some time before my conceptualization comes back.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Look at the lorry man. And got no answers. Questions about reality first.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead,
92%
ask me
plus
anything.
1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Conceptualization. Jamais vu, thought complete. First, esprit de corps. I can't see myself failing an 8% chance to fail, but I might...
6 kilometers southwest, in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again.
You're talking about me? They have faith I'll come back?
We always do.
What am I?
You're an officer of the RCM.
Revachol Citizens Militia?
Preciso mundo.
Good. And what is a Revachol Citizens Militia?
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
He's being sarcastic.
You said de facto?
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin.
That's it for the part who I am. What do you mean?
The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
All 3 are good to know when we are out policing.
So basically, I'm a lackey of capital. I'm a thrall to foreign interests. I'm one of the good guys? No. Basically, going to avoid this subject and ask the next question in this line of inquiry. I'm a lackey of capital?
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rulers like it. Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you.
Me specifically, or the RCM at all?
The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown. They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you.
Agency for us.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement.
I'm sure it works out that way, but I would not be surprised if they would rather we didn't have our own initiatives.
Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to intrude. Please continue.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol.
Thank you, ma'am. Say nothing. Back to basic terms of reality, we'll say thank you. She gave us information.
And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help.
We could ask the RCMs again.
Nothing more nor less.
Yes.
He's being sarcastic.
Are we?
We are.
You said de facto.
Yes, that means
if for the who I am.
To conclude with this. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling
Gonna try a conceptualization
roll
of 2.
Well, I am here to help.
72% chance success and
come on! Comes over you. The doubt is fully formed in your head. The alien feeling persists. Yet something's still missing. You have finished.
Okay, what about this? Spread my hands.
A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
Keep guessing. Am I really that awkward? This place here? Keep guessing.
Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ancient ruin. A symbol of hubris and decay. Half submerged in some salty sea.
What, really?
Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games.
What is this place here?
Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or two.
What is Rue Saint-Ghislain,
A
33A?
pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course.
Who lived in them?
Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off. Splat, splat.
You could be wrong.
Cindy's cool.
But from here, it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Wonderful.
What is that? Point to Cindy the skull.
The girl in the old lady rags.
No. Something basic about reality, yes.
Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Infraculture?
Yes. You and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
Okay, now we're saying the same thing, but to a child.
Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people's clothes are stupid, and their little rebellion is self-defeating.
We're just kids. They're expressing themselves, exploring themselves, so what? If it comes to something, great. If it doesn't, hey, they had the chance to see who they are.
All right. What next? Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know.
Okay, spoke to the lorryman and came to no conclusion.
On the contrary, officer. There are yet camionneurs you have not talked to. And don't look so surprised. In a time like this, it would be strange if Wild Pines didn't have eyes on the harbour.
We spoke to all 3. Is there more than 3?
I suggest you go back and canvass for more suspects.
Okay. Okay, but I'm actually getting my +1 experience points for every single thing. All intellect learning caps, 1 + 1 XP. Currently at 31. We're clicking on all the dots, right? That should make this 32, 33. 33. I am getting +1 for each one. Cool. Consume all the dots. Also get my bag back out. Where's my tool? Those aren't dots, those don't get hits. Banged up, inoperable. Are you a lorry driver by chance? Make my own way. There aren't any other lorry drivers though. Unless you're one. With a fondness for books. Working class woman. A good one? Point at the book.
Yes. Hello?
Who are you?
No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much.
Alright, have a good day.
A tremendously useful interlude.
Well, Kim, we can't go harassing everybody. But we spoke to all the lorry drivers. Who else could there possibly be? We spoke to him. Unless the guy selling merchandise down here is a drug-running lorry driver on top of being a merchant of fine goods.
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods.
Dylan, who are you? You or who? Totally racist lorry driver man.
His face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin.
Okay, so I did miss one.
The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here.
What's so cool?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer, you're very cool.
Oh, thanks.
Bang, 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 bang!
You feel a twitch in your index fingers. There's a finger shootout brewing.
Whip 'em out. Aww.
Don't shoot, officer.
I like that.
Have we got an arrest here or just a shakedown?
Even better. It's like a shakedown, but somehow legal. This is civil asset forfeiture.
Even better. It's civil asset forfeiture. Make an imaginary warning shot. Bang!
Oh, you're threatening my inviolable property rights.
Ah, he's fun.
Good joke, officer. You're very funny. You know that?
This isn't a joke. Give me your money. I need money. Yeah, I'm funny. There's a little civil forfeiture. I just want to ask some questions.
Then fire away, officer.
Finger pistols? I can internalize finger pistols, 9mm? Persuade and give me my money. Where are you from, Sileng?
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All revolution.
Better not to mention. Sounds good. But you're not a local, are you?
Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais, from the Sigai province of the Serais Empire. The apricot suzerainty, you know?
Apricot suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Sigai archipelago was colonized by Revachol. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
Isn't that name a bit insensitive?
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism.
Oh, shucks, thanks.
But the apricot suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left.
But isn't it only a shithole because of Revachol? You're welcome. I do try to be supportive of other cultures and peoples. I don't know. That's why I'm talking about this. It's some kind of mind reaction. Wasn't it the sting of colonialism that caused the greatest harm?
If you say so, officer. I don't worry too much about politics. I'm an entrepreneur, you know? Whatever's good for business is good for me.
Persuade to give money. It's 42%, it's not too bad down. Beg him.
No need to dress this one up. Just tell him what you want.
I want your money now.
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
'Cause I'm corrupt. I don't remember how it works, being corrupt I mean. I don't know. The only thing that come up in my head to ask you. I need to get money somehow.
Ah, yes. Money is very important.
I'll be more pitiable than anything.
Are you trying to ask for a bribe? If so, you're not doing a very good job.
Sorry, detective.
Okay, what's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs.
Well, Rafaël is into them. I'm trying to get him off the habit. But I can't deny his electrochemistry.
That's very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale. Or at my home, or on my person.
Sir, it appears to be true. No drugs in sight. Not in the box of sunglasses or under the speakers.
We're looking for a lorry driver who is transporting drugs out of the harbor. He or she is in this traffic jam.
That's even cooler. You investigating that and all. But, I am not a lorry driver.
See?
I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
Unless he's lying. Drama?
A blatant lie, sir. Yet he tells it with such conviction. We'd believe him if we didn't know better.
But you are a lorryman. Another driver has identified you and your lorry.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does.
Is it gonna be one of
He's a
those things where the transient immigrant actually is the drug transporter, and the racist is gonna be like, "Oh, see, I was right," and the game's like, "Oh, see, you just did a bad for race relations." If this was Fallout, sure, but maybe he did do a bad. Who's to say? He's being dodgy about this so far.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder, and he's an asshole. I'm okay. Maybe I'm a lorry driver too, a little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream.
You forgot to tell me? You were embarrassed to tell me? Stop squirming. What do you know about the drug operation? Sealing, my source tells me you're the one transporting drugs for the Union. Squeeze him. Put him to the fires. Maybe he's not. But maybe some pressure. And he'll tell me what he knows.
No! That's insane! It's the fat hater! He's been eyeing me for a week and he sent you here. Maybe he's the one.
I still think it's him.
Have you thought about that?
Stop squirming. What do you know about the drug operation at the harbor?
Nothing! I told you! I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd! You know, the drug crowd?
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd.
The Union? Is it specifically the Union? You don't work for them?
He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
Who are you afraid of, Sealang? It wasn't some drug crowd. You know who they are. You're wasting my time. Tell me who the fuck is transporting the drugs. If you don't know, I'll tell your employer you've been selling his stuff. Who are you afraid of, Sealang?
Look, there's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up.
If you want to get into this mess, you have to give us a reason to move on. We're buddies, Sealang. Help us out. Nobody will know it was you.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver.
It is the one space out of her mind.
Staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
Who are these other drivers who talk? The old woman back there, dazed out, strange.
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
It could be. She was strange. He's not ruling her out.
Or the other drivers who talk?
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't
All right.
remember who has tattoos.
We're cool now, Sealang.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can
Ratted
walk
out
away
the
from
lady
here with
driver.
funky sunglasses, detectives.
Better
Both of you.
chance
You
of squeezing out
deserve
some
it.
cash.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business.
Hey, you sound like a really successful entrepreneur. Would you like to support a member of the local police force?
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
After all this mess, the broken seals, lying to you, come on.
It's an investment.
An investment? What kind of investment?
Investment in me, a highly experimental human being. My risk-reward ratio is insane. Invest in me to not telling your employer about your operation here. I'm a policeman. It's an investment in good relations with the RCM. Investment in your customer base. Gotta prime the pump, man.
Fair point. You can't have a successful business without a loyal customer base. How much is your loyalty worth?
5 real, 10 real, 1 million real. I'll take 10. Give me 10.
10 real is a bargain for that kind of investment. You got it, my man.
Now we'll look around. Shoes is 50, but I can't afford 50 yet. Okay, let me get some deets off everybody else. What I think we'll do is we'll go across the river for today, and then at night we'll come speak with the victim cum witness.
Make way for the master poet.
You know the lady driver?
I don't want to talk about that.
You do know something. Need your help, maybe involved. You do know something, what is it? I need your help. She may be involved with the drug business.
I was hoping it isn't gonna be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is.
Who's conducting the drug trade? You said you didn't know, now you're saying you do.
I didn't, man. I told you I was hoping it's not her. That she wouldn't be mixed up in it.
He still is. Hoping. It's just wishful thinking on his part, not trickery. It's true. We would have caught a lie, but a kind heart is tricky. Emotional rhetoric. He knew something and he didn't share it with you. That's a fact.
Who is she to you?
A friend? An acquaintance? I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay?
What's her name? Who is she?
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the lady driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see why.
What's she look like?
A youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Dyed. It was violet when she got here. Blue before she went.
Then she may have dyed it again.
What did she leave?
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person, I know that much.
We can't just let it go. It's part of a police investigation.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it.
Is this going to be one of those things where it is her, but then we have to make a moral choice of do we follow the law and arrest her and bring her in and get the information from Joyce, or let her be for good feels but fail as a policeman?
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only.
I don't believe you.
You said she is troubled. How?
She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
Like Harry was in?
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her.
Come on, man. Life's a joke. I was told everyone's afraid of her. You're not?
I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind.
Her mind?
The way it worked. The trouble it was giving her.
When she left, did she leave her lawyer behind?
Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her. They'd be more than happy to rat her out.
Last of my tea. And last, of the MP83 funded coconut.
He's right. There are other options. The raceman, for one. Wait, this guy says they're friends, then acquaintances, and he's okay with others ratting her out?
That could be because he has crumbled to the weight of our enormous logic. How much longer? An hour 11?
Push Tommy and it will break his heart and his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals.
You're alright ratting her out. You just don't want her hands dirty, your hands dirty. Put yourself in my shoes. I need this for another investigation too. It's important, can't blow it. Okay, force Tommy is what I think empathy is warning me against. You're alright ratting her out, but don't want to get your hands dirty.
Fine. I don't want to be a butcher. And I don't want to be a knight either. I just want to be a person who can sleep at night. A little fame wouldn't hurt too.
Put yourself in my shoes. I need this for another investigation too. It's important I can't blow
You're
it.
not gonna put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? Cause she's on the edge, man.
Imagine it, an explosion of stars. Goodbye world of men, money, and machines.
I could force him. But Tommy is nice. We'll see what the racist has to say. The racist is gonna be very fond of putting a foreigner under the lorry. But if I gotta sell my soul to do it, I'll just break Tommy's heart instead.
Thank you, friend.
She's gone. Wait, no, she's here. It wasn't her. Wasn't her? A different lady driver?
The woman is still hunched over the...
Huh? What is it?
Are you the lady driver?
Did you just call me a lady, Sheriff?
She clearly doesn't think she's a lady. Don't repeat it.
I was told of a woman driver. You're the only woman here.
I'm not that either, Sheriff. I've gone too far from it all to remember what was between my legs. It doesn't work like that on the long haul.
Well, womanhood is more than just that. But are you not the driver everyone's terrified of?
I'm only terrifying to small children and to those who used to know me.
Yeah, it's not her. Believe me.
You said the long haul? Then who is a female driver I was told of?
How should I know? Do I look like I spend a lot of time with the other communers sniffing around when I have my movies to go to?
The long haul?
The big ones, the trucks. There's no women and men there, it's all just... In the middle of this town, there's a ghostly motorway. It takes all the people where they want to stay.
Why are you scary to the people you used to know?
Because they can no longer recognize the person I once was.
Alright, so it's not her.
Was him.
It was a hitherto unknown fifth lorry driver then. Which, cool. So it's not any of the people we had to speak to.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Give me the runaround. Fess up. Where's the lady driver?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You knew Seleng didn't do it. Why are you smirking? Just tell me which one's her lorry. You knew Seleng didn't do it.
He did something. He stole his employer's goods and another lorryman's job. You should be thankful for the tip.
He's been expecting this. He's really puffed himself up.
And which ones? Why are you smirking then?
Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Evashal West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
So who does? You? Who does? A lady driver? Actually, we do. Who does? A lady driver?
No. He means La Puta Madre.
The name resounds like a bell in the air. A dark gong. You get a bad feeling about it. Looks like the lieutenant has a plan. Let him do this.
Okay, Lieutenant. I'm gonna trust you.
Yeah, him.
Who's Laputa? Cross my arms and nod.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts.
The lieutenant adopts a rodentine quality. Be cool, sire. He's getting into this.
Trust him, trust him. He's pulling up his inner Rafaël of his own.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is.
He's surprisingly good at this. Not bad at all. Look at him lurching.
It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorrymen and Carters Guild.
You've seen that corpse in the ceramic armor there. Did his shitty little guild protect him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
Wouldn't just leave him out there. Is the game recognizing we took him down?
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod.
Or is leaving him out there, being framed as a message, a threat? The little nod is my turn to fly.
I softened him up as best I could. Now it's on you to finish the job.
I'm gonna fail at finishing the job.
Careful. This man's still got some fight in him, by the looks of it. It won't be easy to break him.
I gotta go fuck yourself. Kim's bluff. Saw you snooping cabin. Oh, I don't want to fail this. It'd be so cool if we succeed. Okay, hold on. I think we're done here. I gotta change my clothes real quick. Half light, was it? -1 half light. Is that the only half light I got? -1 +1. Electrochemistry. Okay, let's try this out.
Looking for something, Aunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
I could try more drinking. Half-light is pink. That's my physical stuff, right? Yeah, could do half-light of 4. Could also level up. Let the body take control, threaten him. Okay. I'm going to take a drink in front of him, and then get angry. I forgot how I drink. How do I drink again? How do I use? I've totally forgotten how drinks work. Quick select, character sheets. Quick loads F9, okay. I have bottle in my hand. It wasn't a dialogue the last time, wasn't it? Do I just hold on to it? Sorry, Kim, I've forgotten how to drink booze. Flashlight, and one thing in there. Okay, options, how do I do this? Keyboard mapping is QWERTY. Controls. Inventory, highlight, zoom in. Action interact. Matches for that.
Looking for something, Aunt? Come to tell me to fuck up?
How do I use you? Does not interact. Right click. Quick swaps it. Okay, either way. Going to roll that dice. Succeed! Ah! Got it anyway!
Only respect two things. Strength and fear.
Show me her lorry right fucking now. The lady driver's lorry, where is it?
Fuck you, I told you. I'm not gonna...
There. His voice grows smaller as yours.
Invoke my inner Kuno. I'm gonna fuck you for the rest of my life, you understand? Kuno's the king here. I'm Kuno's bottom bitch. You're gonna be Kuno's bottom bitch's bottom bitch. Gonna put you in the cell with a giant... Oh my goodness. That's even more Kunoese. Been to your fucking lorry. Know where it is. I'm gonna burn it down, you hear me? What's your name? Gonna go on the police radio saying this guy told Madre to fuck off? Okay, I'm gonna threaten the lorry or threaten calling the police. Gonna burn his lorry to the ground.
Look, fuck you, man. It's some lorry down there. Green, banged up thing. I don't fucking know who she is.
When did she go away?
I don't know. I don't even know her name. She just rolls with the fleet and acts like a big shot. Some dyke, probably.
Jeez.
I haven't even seen her for days.
Now it's not a big deal for him anymore. This is how he saves face.
Where exactly is her lorry?
There's the monument. Down there. The Green Temple. Now, leave me the fuck alone, okay?
A small temple by the monument. Green. Let's get into that lorry.
Looks like he got his adrenaline up, too.
You know. Oh, there's a charge now. You know. She probably is. That smaller. It could be her boot. She could be the lorry driver with the boot. But it could be the victim we have to talk to upstairs.
This green found, A to Z, contemporary, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
This must be the one he told us about, unless he was lying.
Peek in the window.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of the seat and 2 steering levers.
She could be hiding inside.
It feels like you're peeking into someone's home residence. Inside it's private, cozy, warm, dusty too.
How are we gonna get in, Kim?
Use the pry bar to smash the window. Open it from the inside. This has been hard enough. No need to make it any harder.
What if it's not locked? Try the door handle.
The door is locked. The handle looks shiny. Like
I guess we have to use the pry bar. And this is physical instruments. Physical instruments, talk to my wife beater. Alright, crack it open then.
The screen found, A to Z, contemporary, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead.
It was still only 28%. Okay, let me take my drink. At some point, that's gonna pop out to the bottle. But I could take my chug. One point to spend. What do I want to spend it on? I could spend it on another thing. For the finger pistols. Temporary research bonus is -2 savoir faire. Snapping fingers doesn't actually help. You were promised a gun. That much is certain. That's why I became a cop, yet here you are. Loitering around with idle hands like some sorry-ass loser from the streets. Suddenly you're supposed to be solving cases like... what, talking to people? How are they going to believe that you can protect yourself and them from savages without a firearm? This ain't right. You need to think around this problem. And you need to snap your fingers at people as you do. How did I miss that? I missed it by not directly talking to the street vendor, Coon Lorryman down below us.
This screen found, A to Z.
Anytime now, Booze. You're in my hand. When could I use you? Split the kilo with Kuno. I don't have to. Come on, Booze. I simply want to use you. There it goes, and I can use it. I think? Oh, cool. If I hold right click, it does that. Now, how do I take that chug? How do I take that chug? The last time this is lit up. Sometimes... There he goes. How to get my mouse in just the right angle or so. Okay, so I got that +1 for another hour. 1 drink a day is all that I'll allow myself.
This screen found, A to Z,
42.
is parked in the shadow of the ruins. Pry bar in hand, You take a hard swing, goddamn maggot. Drag your ass to the gym and do some reps.
Window is shatterproof?
No, it's not shatterproof. Give me that.
He smashes it into the window.
Oh, so I didn't even need the drink
Glass
then.
fly everywhere, shattering over the lorry floor and pavement. You can just reach in now.
Nice.
It went better than I expected. Open it.
The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals.
Are there better tools to pry things
There's
open?
something odd about the passenger seat. The seating fabric has been pulled tight over the lower side of the seat where the toolbox should be.
First, check the
A
toolbox.
metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper.
I'll take that. This
It's
is
an
evidence.
issue of Petit Ferique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan frequency system. These formulas look oddly painful. Maybe it's the hangover, but they give you a headache.
2 days later, we're still rocking a hangover?
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. The rest is as it was.
Okay.
Posters, a radio.
Pedals okay?
You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle.
Sandpaper to the throttle. That, I think, would result in particular wear on one boot.
Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Glued a piece of sandpaper to the throttle to offer some extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique?
Also rub off the pattern from the driver's right boot sole.
Yes.
You like where this is going.
Do the honors, he thinks. Connect it to yourself.
One of the footprints of the crime scene had an aberration. One sole was smoother than the other.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching.
It's someone who could be in with the bad crowd. Who was at the crime scene. Who has gone missing at some point. And who changes her hair color often. Do you think it's a gal upstairs? The missing 8th Hardy here. And she's also the one running the drug trade. What a handful. First drug smuggling, now this. How deep does this rabbit hole go? Or women? Always no conservative answer. The missing 8th Hardy.
Looks like her, yes.
And she's the one running the drug trade.
Now we know for certain who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation?
Those jerks definitely. Entire unions involved, maybe even Alda Martinet. Look around suspiciously. Full cop mode. Everyone is a potential threat, keeping me from coming home tonight. Shoot first. Shoot first. Not necessarily. Could have kept the drug trade a secret. This would fit what Joyce told us. But I don't want to make any assumptions. I want to keep an open mind, like I was trying to do for the cause of death.
Understood. We should still go and see what Titus has got to say on the matter. Are we finished with the lorry?
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. The radio transmitter sits.
Posters.
These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye. A centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. There's definitely perfume in the air. It's spicy, with a hint of amberette, wafting through the bitter air of the cabin.
I'm gonna stop and smell, and I'm gonna have a heart attack thinking of my ex something. What is that smell?
The remnants of a sweet juniper-scented perfume. Probably Grenade number 5.
Ooh, something is running out of battery pretty soon. The centerfold?
The actress is draped in a sheath dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera. A feeling of tenderness washes over you. A longing even, perhaps. And gentle tragedy.
But it didn't kill me this time. I'm getting better.
The actresses and the rare actor
Radio.
looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed. Likely by the missing lady driver.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
Why would somebody need so many radio stations?
For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation. With quite a range too.
Maybe she was running the whole thing. Anything we can do with the radio?
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without a dial key.
Okay, let's peel back the scene and get the drugs.
The ghostly actresses and the rust. Voila. A stack of neatly folded papers has been stashed behind the seating fabric. You see 3 maps depicting a large metropolitan area. It's Revachol. Some of its routes and highways have been outlined with a pen.
Bonne prise.
Fold open the topmost map.
This large map displays the elevated motorway called 881. The intake leading to Martinez is marked with a blue X. There's another X on the off-ramp at a place called the Old South. Toll booths at the intakes are marked with a circle. It looks like there are scant few ways of getting onto the elevated motorway that runs over Jamrock. And this person knows them all. There, hundreds of thousands of motor carriages roar on the 881. High above the massive brown and red roofs, that is Jamrock. The commuters don't even look down. The world ceases to exist outside the windshield.
Where does this road lead?
To Coulon, through the middle-income neighborhoods there, by the river, and then to Stella Maris and La Delta for work, while the men and women of Jamrock scuttle to their fates below the road.
And the second map?
This municipal map from the 30s displays a complex system of storm sewers underneath a sub-district called the Pox, old military hospital, right adjacent to the 41st precinct.
Again, the tunnels. Do you think perhaps that the mysterious blue door in the back of the whirling, might be related? Could be a storage for this drug trade?
No storm will ever drown Revachol. The great solution to the riddle of history. Wind rips through the empty hallways of the once great military hospital, now just a ruin under an overgrown park. Beneath the hospital, great sewer tunnels hum and vibrate with life of their own.
What's that sound?
The rattle of motor carriages and lorries driving through long-forgotten tunnels, lit by gaslights.
And the third lap.
The final map displays a labyrinth of service tunnels left over from the construction of Motorway 881. A few routes have been marked with a pen, where the tunnels and sewers surface near the eminent domain and a traffic island in central Jamrock by the lake.
What does it mean? That they get around everywhere with every single system of transportation possible?
It means that the smugglers are secretly using the motorway to transport their goods and materials. They've infiltrated East Motor Tract, most likely. The RCM patrols most of these auxiliary roads, though apparently not all of them.
Where does the contraband end up?
Hard to say. This distribution network looks certainly large, yet still vague enough. It doesn't reveal much about the besmertie behind it.
Besmertie, that sounds familiar. Is it a type of pastry, a cheesecake?
The besmertie is a Revacholian crime syndicate. They see themselves as the inheritors of the 14 Revacholian Indo tribes, but really they're just violent gangs vying for control on the west side of Revachol. With cool names like La Puta Madre and Ahura Mazda. It's a dark parody.
And who do you think is behind this?
It's definitely not the Union. They just do some logistics. This operation has spread everywhere in Jamrock.
So not just the
If
Union?
it's that widespread, then Madre remains the most likely suspect. Here's bad news. There have been attempts at a serious investigation before, but they haven't ended well for those involved.
Especially bad news for cops who may have something in their past they don't even know is there.
Easier than my inner demon. Okay,
Best
conclude
not to
that.
disturb the scene. I'll have forensics go over the lorry and pick this up later.
Don't disturb the scene, just smash open the
Stack
window.
of maps look enclose the rusty old lorry door.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce?
Yeah, talk Kim.
Alright, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep.
Alright, let's do it. Let's gain back some respect of Kim. Seems like something police would do. What do you think of all this, Kim?
Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net. I'm not sure what the ULAN frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks.
Listening in on your calls between you and your station, a worrying prospect.
It's not impossible. You just need the right frequencies. I know people who make like a casual recreation of listening in on police bands.
Oh, and the maps we found. They reveal the geographical extent of the operation. Looks like they've used abandoned tunnels and access roads to stay hidden. This is useful info.
Can we access those though? Can we access them and get behind the whirling?
And last but not least, it looks like the Hardy Boys knew this driver, as we know that she was present at the lynching. This may be the Union connection we've been searching for.
The probe and the case converged, he thinks.
What
This
about the
was
movie
quite the
posters?
find.
Do they factor in? Turns out it is connected to the Union. Will RCM open investigation? How about the movie posters?
As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade.
A lot of women there, especially for Lady Driver's cabin. I mean, who she likes isn't exactly relevant to the case though. Cinephile. Could the film industry be involved? Maybe she's a cinephile?
Yes, well...
unimportant.
Turns out it is connected to the Union?
Like Joyce told us, yes, logistically. But don't expect to bust this open during our stay here. At best, this is an angle we can use against them, to other ends, as extra ammunition.
Maybe I can go back to Everett and avoid having to gentrify some people into homelessness. Will the RCM open an investigation into this?
We should return to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it.
When we're done for the day, I'm going to have him move the body. He could do that when he does that
There are
too.
more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we're done here. We do not want to get caught in that.
What are you thinking?
The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome.
On the inside, preventing an investigation.
All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either.
Okay, debrief over.
Debrief over. After you.
So cool. Actually making progress. Let me set a point on finger guns. It's probably going to do terrible, terrible things. It's -2 savoir faire for a whole hour. But I want to internalize it. I must. I need to. Officer, got a minute? What's up?
I saw you poking around in Lady Driver's lorry. She in trouble?
The racist told us where her cabin is. We only searched it. No trouble. She's gonna be fine. There's gonna be investigation. Sorry, man. I can't disclose the facts of the official investigation. He's my friend. I would just tell himself to say nothing. The racist told us where the cabin is. We only searched it.
Still better than me, I guess. Told you there's plenty of others who tell on her. But is she in trouble?
No trouble. Put his heart at ease. Sorry, man. Can't disclose the facts of the official investigation. She's gonna be fine.
Oh man, that's like a load off my mind. All that stress was messing up my rhymes.
He chooses to believe what's best for her.
What's the plan with those rhymes anyway?
Oh, you know. Tommy Leham's gonna be a musician. Sprechgesang, but with beats. I've got a lot of free time on the road to hone my craft.
The correct grammar is Tommy Lehom.
Why Tommy Lehom?
Tommy Lahm was taken. My real name's Jerry Lafitte. Tommy's way better.
Jerry Lafitte is cute too, we could rock that.
It's more him.
Yeah,
but I get it.
Be safe, detective.
I'm a Raphael that everyone wants to be a Harry. If he wants to be Tommy and not a Jerry, that's totally fine by me. Okay, autosave. What clothes do I want to approach Joyce? Interfacing, electrochemistry. Maybe get electrochemistry into here. Composure or authority? Currently using physical instrument. Conceptualization, logic. Get my conceptualization in. Reaction speed. I'll keep perception up. Esprit de corps and shivers. Okay, I think I'm good. And Kim is being so polite, not drawing attention to the boots I've stolen and wore in front of him. Alright, I also gotta get back at 9 to the apartment. There was so much we gotta do.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Go to the lorryman.
Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
Where are those eyes located?
It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this. In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
She's trying to conceal her excitement, but the slight glimmer in her green eyes tells you otherwise. The lieutenant is about to interject. Cut him off. This decision should be yours.
Sorry, Kim. I'm gonna listen to my voice of authority. This could be the day where he makes up for his failures. I should decide.
Exactly. But what?
You seem anxious to know. Why is that? There'll be an investigation is all I can say. We have sent us on a wild goose chase. There was nothing to investigate. Heard quite a few interesting things. Well, Kim has advised me that at most, we tell her if there's going to be an investigation.
Okay. I thank you for sharing that much with me. My employer thanks you as well. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. Now it's my turn. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
Maybe it would have been better to crank up the vodka in the borscht. The strike is going to keep going on. They're probably going to send more mercenaries in to break the strike. What do you mean, bloodbath?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
And so you send in more heavies to secure the industrial economic interests.
This is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
I've already heard about the connection between the lynching and the strike, but need your testimony.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor
She admits to it.
as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
Momentary lapse of faith.
They were dispatched after I relayed the Union's initial offer.
So that's a response. A hell no attached to full body armor and guns.
Every worker.
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric or a joke.
Do you need security detail?
The humor. Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they exactly?
Crenel, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
Semi-automatic weapons? It could have been his own gun.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the Colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him.
Do you know that story? This kind of puts it all on you guys then.
He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night.
What the?
Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenel contractors carry out their orders, for now. It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
Oh sure, they'll investigate themselves and find that either there was no rape or it was no big deal or some such, and all culpability to the Union.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
This is not disco.
It is very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put...
I mean, we found the one culpable. It was the guy who was hanging on the tree.
If you don't pin this on someone good, and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
They would have to project strength and power.
And I was told a few days back that technically you don't have to solve this murder. So, by choice or incompetence, I could allow a giant civil war to erupt in River Shore West.
The Debarders have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty. These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all.
But could internalize the weaknesses of this armor, now that I have a piece of it.
As I said, a bloodbath.
Can't see it happening. Too many things have to go wrong first. Isn't this a pretty bleak scenario describing? Confrontation's inevitable. It's bleak.
Many bleak scenarios have already come true. Nameless, badgeless detective of the citizens' militia. All we can do is keep the rest from going the same way. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
What is this? Joyce's info on lynching. What can you tell me about Crenel?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell.
Down a deep, black well.
They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Is a fourth world? Now in our world, the first and fourth world refer to like the US and USSR, the East and West, and the third world being like those between blah 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 blah. But this is in our world, so I have to wonder like what vocabulary means when she uses it. Because clearly there is no US or USSR in this universe, but it could be using a more colloquial meaning. That's the cool thing about fantasy worlds. What exactly do things mean? What is a word?
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil.
Anything else you got on them?
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
We do have the numbers being run. We got the serial number back. And now our angel on the radio is doing some more investigations, calling on today.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP now?
In my line of work, it
Breakthrough
pays to do
imminent,
more
Detective
research.
Cousteau.
I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I would be dealing with a group like Crenell.
Could you contact the company? Tell them to call them off.
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
Okay, that's enough for now, because I want to conclude this thought before I continue.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask.
Detective Cousteau.
Give it to me.
Monsieur Cousteau, the reward for coming up with your classy new name has arrived. What are the attributes Detective Cousteau should gain in? Obviously, savoir-faire and esprit de corps. You know exactly what they do and what those words mean. They're refined, like you. You have a ton of that fancy stuff. And if the world can't accept Rafaël Ambrosius is your name, you will always be Detective Cousteau to yourself. R.A.
Reimagining.
Sophisticated culture detective, specializes in ancient things and art.
Okay, so... what's the but? Oh, cool. Just pure benefit. +1 savoir-faire. This one sounds fancy. Let's have this. And +1 esprit de corps. Yep, fancy. Let's have this one too. Nice. And that just leaves finger guns.
You're back. Good.
Okay, back to the
What can I help
lynching.
you with? Of course.
You said the
Anything to
deceased
help.
assaulted a woman.
Or he didn't.
Or he
This
didn't.
is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
Who did the passing on then?
The remaining contractors. Their tribunal. It's what they believe.
And what did the teenagers say?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
I have no reason to disbelieve it. But there are other angles that have presented themselves. Now that we know that she is also a drug runner, deep in an organization, possibly managing a whole route.
This does not come as news to us, but still. To your knowledge, where did this assault take place, if you know?
There are
Last
many
Sunday
witnesses.
night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
Say nothing. Who was this woman?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
And the colonel, did you know him?
If you mean did I see him alive? Yes. But I did not know him.
You don't know how you know. It's not written on her face, nor in her voice. But she had sympathy for this man.
You liked him?
Liked is a bit strong.
Was it the broad shoulders? He's all about the broad
He was the
shoulders.
most charismatic among them. He handled all the talking. His departure left a major gap in the group's communication skills.
Well, miss, you're at no loss. He was a race rapist. His name?
Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
Tell me about the others first.
One is a man, Corty, they call him, a nickname as well. The other a woman, Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
What would you say was his eye color, the deceased's?
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face.
And see
then
it.
Shakes her head.
I can't remember.
That's all right, man. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40 or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age or gauge his facial expressions.
Indeed, this matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it, through the injury. And that's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Alright, last few questions. Where are the remaining 2 works now?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out.
Are they behind the blue door?
For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
Narrator, and then they met.
Vigilantes. You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revachol.
The RC gets its authority for the Coalition. Where does theirs come from?
Somehow, I doubt that lecturing them on the legitimate use of force will persuade them to stand down.
Still need to know where they are. To avoid them, you see.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Where are these mercenaries? Didn't pass background check, +2. Clothes didn't fit right. Sent by Pines. It's the scabs.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates.
That just needs a radio operator.
The idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
One must be the goon of the ill-fitting work clothes by the harbor gates. Scab leader.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your
Get the employer.
may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
One is probably in a building overlooking the roundabouts.
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Yeah, it's off the map if it's south of the roundabout.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a short wave at the ship's wheel.
Other questions?
I hope I can answer it better.
How much time do we have?
Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob and their impatience.
I feel like one of the outcomes I could take is convincing Mr. Hardy himself to take the fall for this, given the weight of everything else going to happen.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
5 days, not more. Maybe sooner.
Don't say that, Inland Empire.
It's a matter of days, not weeks.
Don't give me a time limit.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news.
How about the tattoos?
Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
For about half a minute, in silence.
It was taken with a trigette not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Observe the expression.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish.
This is a guy she
the
likes.
pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface.
Naked and dead and bloated.
She has no excess of emotions for this cadaver. Has she seen dead bodies before? It's likely.
What do you think?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points, the stars.
I thought the exact same, Joyce.
I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Like blooms of a pattern?
Port cities.
It's a map?
This is an Oronese map of the waterways. A sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago. The sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
What is the use of this map? What travels did the dead make? What is the use of this map?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad.
Oh, that is sweet.
This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
Where is he now?
This one's going nowhere but the morgue. I've spoken to him. For now the soul is fastened inside the corpse. This one has flown quite far by now. Or nowhere. There is no soul.
I would say he's near the Arcade Islands by now, ready to exit the Insulindian and into the Pale, if I've read his home address correctly.
What travels did he make?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first to Semni's Islands, then this.
And his heart?
Revachol. Those are the two constants.
His heart in Revachol.
Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Interinsulary Age.
The old world passing by, and the new world already here.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
Somewhere in an office lit by a single green desk lamp, Captain Ptolemaeus Price, 58, bald and bespectacled, is writing in a ledger on his desk. Rows and rows of days and weeks, laconic remarks in a single column. Patrol, case, vacation, injured. In Martinez looking into Krenon, he writes in one. Then the man puts down his pen and rubs his temples with both hands. Outside there is a siren. Distant gunshots on the streets of the Jamrock Quarter.
This man is no brother of mine, but this is his service industry.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident. Mercenary tattoos.
No sailors? How did it about?
For all the boys.
How are you piloting your boat?
A blood spatter on the seas.
Who could tell me more?
His platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
We show the picture to the scab leader. Got it.
It could go this or the other way. Maybe if you're tactful, it could be beneficial.
I need the information. Mark it down. Ask Mercs about tattoos.
Do what you have to do, detective.
Scab
I don't
leader.
think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
We will be careful.
Thank you
Is
for your
there
help.
anything else I can help you with?
Now let me see if my +1 to esprit de corps from becoming Detective Cousteau could help me with reality.
More lessons in basic reality.
Oh, still locked. It's
My favorite
conceptualization,
part of the
right?
day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Conceptualization. We have no minuses. Let me give myself another point of conceptualization. I do want one anyway. Locks.
Glad to have been of assistance. A little more lessons in basic reality.
97% chance to conceptualize. Make it so.
Go ahead, ask me anything.
What is all of this?
A roll of 5 and still made it.
The air.
What world is this?
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. and its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
What do you see?
Great bodies of water, forest-covered surfaces, clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough. There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included.
Yeah? What do we get?
Elysium.
Elysium. Disco Elysium! Ah! It comes up. Elysium. The world needs a term of endearment.
It does. There are those who would call it hell.
Mama? What is hell?
A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
I don't feel like they got the whole picture yet. Like, I don't have the whole picture yet.
Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit.
What? How come?
Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways.
What? Sideways? What shape is the world? I thought it was a donut.
We used to think it was a sphere.
Wait, it's not a
That
sphere?
is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids.
Is it a donut?
But the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG, Occident Revichol-Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona.
A dark grey corona?
Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
Now I have to wonder about the physics of this world. Is this actually a planet that has fragmented in places, but maintains a regular Earth-like habitat on a large chunk of?
A cold fear seeps into you.
Oh god, wait. What the hell are you telling me?
You seem to be spooked. Please don't be.
The pale. What do you mean, corona?
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness.
Do they know? Is this hinting that they're actually a game, video, board, or otherwise? And their world is that land, and the darkness is everything outside the parameter, or the board, or the screen, or the book.
I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound.
And then everything will be okay? A fractured corona doesn't feel like it's gonna bring anyone together. I'll be optimistic, and then everyone will be alright.
I don't know about things of that scale. My expertise lies in nations and trade routes, one or several layers below everything. But yes, we'll be fine. Don't worry.
That's what's important.
She does not seem convinced that you'll be fine. If anything, she's realizing how deep your condition runs.
It certainly doesn't feel like I'm fine.
You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
If you say it's disco.
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides.
He's having his awakening.
The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses.
What's the Pale?
The Pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case.
I was gonna say, it's 11 o'clock now. We've only got a few days until the riots start.
His voice is low, but firm. All she can say is,
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
I don't want to. I want to know what the Pale is. What do you mean it's part of reality?
Ma'am, remember you are dealing with a very sensitive...
Hey, Hordian, how's it going?
...police officer who is still recovering from a recent medical episode.
How's the disco? Hordian, when this game came out in 2019, for the next 3 years, all everybody said was that it is incredible. And I avoided everything else, because I didn't want to be spoiled. I want to experience this whenever I played it. And it turns out, they are absolutely correct. This game is incredible. It's a work of art. Visually, audibly, the writing, and you just got fired? Oh, Hordian, you have my condolences. Fired means unemployment benefits, right? But either way, a job is like a relationship. You might have many throughout your life that you try to pursue and court and do really, really good at, put your heart into. But the only one that sticks is the very last one. If you got something out of it, a paycheck for a while, great. That is their loss, you know? Best of luck for the next one. I'm sure you'll get there, man.
The Lieutenant's right. Let's change topics.
Without Kim, I can come back without
know?
Kim.
Anything.
And at Hordian's command, I turned into a coconut.
you could sneak back later when the lieutenant is not here.
Kim, trust me.
To step aside.
I can ask Kim to step away. I was gonna come tonight. Let me pump myself up with more magnesium. Extra magnesium. 83%. Okay. That's only 17% now. I can do this. I can't fail these big rolls all the time.
Good idea. Just ask him. He won't make a scene.
Kim, could I talk to the man alone for a second? Hey, check this out. Since it was redeemed a couple days back, but they weren't redeemed at the same time, the coconut is actually... It's actually compatible with pondering the orb. It just hasn't come up at the same time, but that's totally an option.
Fine.
See? What can he do?
It is not, however, compatible with fluff. Fluffing the fluff is one of the things that could break the spell of a coconut. But given the timing, I feel like you want the coconut and the orb, so you get coconut and the orb. Now, miss, what is a pail?
Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant.
Yes. What is a pail? Oh, thank you for the headbat, Hordian.
Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
What is an isla? I thought they just had a fancy word for island.
Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7.
They're giving me plenty to think about. Either they are being figurative, and the seas between the islands is the void between physical matter, or maybe they're being literal. Maybe they have created a weird universe, more bizarre than the surface features of those of Michael Kirkbride. And this really is islands of physical matter, with true nothingness between them. Could be.
Mundi, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this Insulinde.
What if it truly makes, like, different worlds between these places? I have no idea how deep this goes, or what exactly the metaphysics is, or how poetic the language used is to understand the world around them. I don't know. The Insulinde?
An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear.
Okay, it seems like the sea and water is not the antipode of matter and land. So they do acknowledge big island states as big island states, and not just, oh, a bunch of rocks in the middle of nowhere. Cool. +1 for me. And what is a pale then?
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
Oh, that is eerie. Is it here?
No, detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isla.
What I gotta do is find some kind of way to make that compatible with the coconut. I figure maybe what I could do is like have the coconut spin back and forth a lot. Like a little animated GIF or something, as if it's shaking back and forth. That could be the coconut version of Fluff Fluff. But as it stands, Hito the Third, hello! Fluff Fluff, as it stands, breaks the spell. He husks the coconut to get all the coconut fibers therein. I would make some hair for the coconut, but you gotta understand just how lazy I am.
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
6,000 kilometers from the end of the world. That close.
Yes. That is enough. Many cities are built much closer.
And to the north?
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. The great vision. The area of transition between the world and the pale is called porch collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist. Cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's
Opportunistic microorganism?
the most disco thing you will ever see.
If she says it's disco, I'm starting to think she's treating me like a child. What are its physical qualities?
It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension.
You can travel into pale?
Right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
Eat your heart out, Alexis Kennedy. If you're surrounded by pale, how do you get from Isola to Isola?
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path.
It almost makes it sound like it's different dimensions or even different realities. That they're doing cross-dimensional travel when you go from Isola to Isola.
But it is still hard for humans to navigate the pale without getting lost. Or having our minds damaged.
You could damage the mind? Is that what happened to me? My mind is very damaged.
Extensively.
Very not disco.
Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter.
Could it be that this is a state of information in a computer, and this world much like Reboot? Living in compartmentalized information, and the edges is decaying information as electrons do what the electrons do?
They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Who says and who argues?
Information, perhaps, that at one point tossed the recycling bin, but still there, in a way. Who says and who argues?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue.
Of course. And what does the over-radiation feel like?
It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
Per year, is that bad?
It's more for her. Way more.
You're not a civilian passenger?
No, nameless detective of the Citizens Militia.
Rafaël, Detective
I am a
Cousteau.
member of the Entropanetic Business Class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
This is giving a lot more credence to the obscenely wealthy fellow who could bend light around him. If reality and physics and every other rule is this precarious.
Perhaps that explains her strange pining after the revolution. Some degraded.
If the Pale degrades all rules, does that include the rules of economics?
Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Do lorry drivers pass the Pale?
Yes, carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
You should ask the Pale driver about this. See what she says.
Okay, one more thing for the list, except we've wasted almost 5 hours this morning already, and haven't even begun the investigation across the canal.
That poor woman must have stories to tell, like you wouldn't imagine.
Are you overradiated?
Up to my gills, officer.
What is entropanetic?
Entropanetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
Western Plain was mentioned by the addled lorry driver. We are definitely not in Kansas.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E-Solar. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
Did they cross it, the Western Plain?
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
What has entropanetics changed then?
Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
Very cool, very disco, aerostatic craft.
Hybrid airships, detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end, if we throw them precisely.
Logistics and travel by a way of darts. If we do not throw them precisely...
Then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
How much Pale is there compared to the world?
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There
Fantastic.
is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping.
Is this their entropy? Are we all to be consumed by the nothingness?
What do you think, detective?
It's shrinking, there's more and more of the world. It's growing, there's more and more of the Pale. Didn't they say earlier that 6,000 years ago, the Pale was everywhere? And now we're discovering other places through the Pale? Maybe it is shrinking. Maybe the world is becoming known. As it becomes known, then the unknown disappears.
Oh no, detective.
No?
It's not. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
And those whose stomachs allow them to consider huge cosmic questions without collapsing into existential depression. It's not extreme, it's going to happen, but I'm not going to think about it. Cover everything. That can't be. Where would we go?
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge.
That's just healthy.
I suggest you do the same.
Off we go. You see the hanged man's mouth open.
Off we go into the Pale yonder.
One and all. They say Pale is death, but for the universe.
Disco Elysium, don't get me thinking about that.
Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind?
Okay, on that note, that's all the questions we had for her. Relating to the case, the parameters of how long we have until this whole thing blows up. Maybe it's a good thing then that I took the vodka out of the borscht. On the one hand, by taking the vodka out and not bolstering it, if a riot thing were to happen, then more likely the unit get paved over by the mercenaries. But maybe this could cool the embers and nothing will have to blow up if we solve this case wisely.
Yes, sweet reality.
Snap back to reality.
But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything?
I remember absolutely nothing. A vague sense of shadows of past that is not good. Getting a sense of who I am, but no, I don't know this. A vague sense of shadows. We are hunted by a thing that kills us.
Then tell
that
me,
in our memories.
What do you think of the Pale?
It's terrifying. It's disco. It'll end all life. But if you continue to persist at all is a testament to our faith in one another. Positive answer? Communal answer? Group togetherness answer? Advance can only be stopped with immediate, total, ruthless communism. Are we still talking in terms of voting is stupid, only violent armed bloodshed can make material change? I don't know why people have such a hard-on for violent, bloody revolution. Powerful anti-communist force, the opposite end of the coin? I'm worried. I have to say, it doesn't sound very liberal. I don't know how you've all survived with it. It's a huge accomplishment. There we go. It is remarkable that they have survived with this knowledge in their heads. I'm a tabula rasa. I get the benefit of having nothing in my head. But they have lived with this all their lives? It's not a drink it guy to oblivion, and did.
Mm-hmm. You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
If we went this way, before talking about the lynching, could she have taken enough pity on us? Like, oh my goodness, we have a few days until the riots begin. It's gonna be a bloodbath. We want to avoid that. And this detective truly doesn't know about the Pale. If we do this order of operation-wise, maybe. I'll handle it. It's under control. This investigation will be my masterpiece. The one they remember me by, I promise. You know, this kind of lends credence to why one would want to play the apocalypse cop. If you go around talking the end times, because of this, I'm in terrible trouble. It'll be a fucking disaster, I know it. All these people will die. This will be my masterpiece.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi.
She knows that he needed
I
an adult.
check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile...
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you. She must have a lot on the line here.
Maybe second playthrough, I'll go full apocalypse cop.
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police?
Shouldn't have worried. That was insane, Kim. That was insane.
Yes, well, the rest of us have dealt with it for thousands of years, so...
A little uncomfortable. I love how Roy could play as someone completely new to the world, because you are. But Harry's supposed to be, but we aren't Harry, we're Raphael. We are more distant than that.
You will have to deal with it, too, the lieutenant thinks. This is why I didn't want you to know.
Alright, back to work,
Good
Lieutenant.
luck, detectives.
We got more things to do.
Why does art inspire you so much?
It does, but what is art?
Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical skill. Additionally, it's history.
This is gonna be, and you thought I could eternalize. Purely for getting conceptualization up. Could you get new thoughts purely for getting stats high up?
In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwined.
Disco Elysium, straight up saying that Disco Elysium is the highest form of human communication. Would I fit into the art world?
Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes, disheveled and prophetic. Perhaps you should try to critique architecture too.
Hold on. Architecture is also art?
Of course not. It's autism, box drawing, masturbation with a ruler and a sextant or whatever they use. You should demean and criticize the genteel institution of architecture while extolling the virtues of the pure arts.
I love the caricatures and extremes that the game presents. Hold on. Let me take a look at my conceptualization. At high levels, makes you go big, too big, ostentatious, demanding grand displays. Why live when you could throw yourself into a live volcano? I'm becoming that type, am I? What about music? Is music art?
Only the most experimental kind.
Not the mainstream stuff, no. I guess I have been feeling pretty critical lately.
Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living art here. Become the art cop. Half art critic, half cop.
Wait, but I don't have to be 100% cop to get the case finished? Don't I?
Quit being so indecisive. What are you going for here? Some kind of indecisive and camp aesthetic now? Strike a bold shape here. Go art or go home.
I cannot risk another capo diversion at this point. Go away! Okay, if 50% art critic is what's needed to free me from rote repetition, so be it.
Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street, you must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery, the trite and derivative artists and writers of the world. Go ahead and provide savage criticisms, art cop. The world is yours to rip to pieces and reassemble.
Okay, well, to get more thoughts, I gotta finish this thought too.
Finger pistol, 9mm. Snap, snap, baby. Turns out guns aren't that much for protective as they are for attacking people. If you want to protect people, really work for them, you have to whip out your signature dual 9mm Villiers finger pistols.
9mm
Who needs
Villiers.
real guns anyway? That conversation you just had, it would have gone better had you snapped those bad boys at them. Note, 9mm dual finger pistols do not count for an actual weapon in a gunfight.
It is Wednesday in-game. The canal has opened, so we could access new areas. We kind of wasted the chance to finger gun everyone in this place. We got new places to use our finger guns in. +1 reaction speed. Safety is always off. Empty hand slot gives suggestion of +1. Oh, very good. Okay. With all that out of the way. With all that out of the way, and the nature of reality fully ascertained, I'm afraid it's a little bit early. But my boyfriend wants to meet up with me, so I gotta call it a day here and get myself ready. Which means... There. Now that we have suitable end music. Hey, come back, music! Can't escape! And that means it is time to find someone to toss you guys onto. And then we'll come back tomorrow, and we'll actually, I promise, actually do an investigation across the river. Investigate across the river, come back at night to turn the body away, call back on the radio, do some stuff. But that'll be tomorrow. For now. For now, it's been a while since I've raided 9K, so I think I'm gonna toss you guys on over to her. Playing Sonic on Game Gear. We had that once, borrowed from a friend. Ate all the batteries we had. So folks, thanks for hanging out. We shall continue more another time. For now, go see Haranke. Enjoy the rest of your night. Take care, have fun, and see you guys tomorrow. Later.